Chapter 2062. Danger zone. Somewhere in the starry sky, a formless ripple appeared, and Zhuan's figure appeared. Zhuan looked around, and his expression suddenly changed. Within the range of his divine sense, he could see Yu Wuxi hurrying over. "Little bastard, you can't run." Yu Wuxi's furious voice rang out, and a large hand silently appeared behind Zhuan. Zhuan hurriedly activated the temporary teleportation array again and disappeared from the spot. The huge hand had missed its target. Outside the Dark Mirage sect, he had set up many temporary teleportation formations that were continuously connected. Once he was transported out of the first transportation array, he would continue to be transported one after another until he reached the destination of the last temporary transportation array. Cunning brat, you actually set up so many temporary transportation arrays, but you still can't escape from this lord's palm. Yu Wuxi's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake's. He glanced indifferently at Zhuan, who had disappeared before his eyes, and snorted coldly. Following the ripple of the transportation array, he rushed out once again. Just like that, Zhuan and Yu Wuxi chased each other across almost half of Dongyu. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Zhuan's forehead. Yu Wuxi's divine sense had firmly locked onto him. No matter where he used the transportation array to teleport to, he would be found by Yu Wuxi's divine sense, which would then chase after him. This time, Zhuan's transportation array's destination was set on the planet where Yin Chuyu and Hong Shan were. Originally, Zhuan had planned to teleport away after rescuing Yin Bingyun, directly taking Yin Chuyu and Hong Shan with him. However, now that he had been targeted by this old fellow, Yu Wuxi, Zhuan knew that the situation had become somewhat troublesome. After activating the last transportation array, Zhuan teleported back to the planet where Yin Chuyu and Hong Shan were. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and put Yin Chuyu and Hong Shan, who were still in the room, into his spirit ring. Then, Zhuan unfurled his torch dragon wings and instantly left the planet, rushing towards the border of the star field. The torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings had already matured. Each of them was strong and mighty, constantly wrapping around the torch dragon wings, increasing its speed by several times. Not long after Zhuan left the planet, Yu Wuxi arrived. He glanced at Zhuan's back and grinned. "Looks like the transmission array has been used up. Now prepare to die." After saying that, Yu Wuxi disappeared and charged at Zhuan. The distance between him and Zhuan was getting closer and closer. Zhuan's gaze was dark as he waved his right hand, and a thick purple tint adhered to the illumination dragon wings on his back like maggots. After receiving the blessing of Dao Insight, the 9 torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They instantly became excited and violent, constantly roaring. The speed of the torch dragon wings also increased rapidly as they carried Zhuan through the starry sky. One could only vaguely see a hazy purple shadow. The distance that had been constantly shortening because of Yu Wuxi was no longer shortening at this moment. Instead, it was faintly widening. Yu Wuxi's pupils shrank as he looked in surprise at the purple light on the surface of the torch dragon wings on Zhuan's back. He knew that this boy's sudden increase in speed was due to this purple light. Interesting, this boy really has a big secret on him. The heavenly domain starry sky essence, the colossal beast avatar, and this mysterious and strange purple power. But all of these will soon be mine. Yu Wuxi's eyes were blazing. At this moment, the miserable state of the Dark Illusion sect had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Now his eyes were only focused on the things on Zhuan. The value of the heavenly domain starry sky essence alone was enough to completely offset all the things that Zhuan had done in the Dark Illusion sect. Thinking of this, Yu Wuxi stretched out his skinny hands and continuously formed strange seals before finally blasting them in front of his chest. Creak, creak. Suddenly, Yu Wuxi's entire body emitted a strange sound of bones dislocating. Then, the veins on his forehead bulged and the bones on his back drilled out of his flesh. On both sides of his back, a pair of incomparably huge bone wings grew. This pair of bone wings was extremely strange. On both sides of the bone wings were two eerie white skulls. Moreover, the hollow eyes of these two skulls were suffused with a green ghost fire. Whoosh! The moment the bone wings grew, Uwusi's right foot stomped on the ground, and his speed instantly increased by several times. Zhuowen, who had just pulled away from Uwusi with great difficulty, naturally saw Uwusi's speed increase behind him, and his heart sank to the extreme. Little bastard, you killed so many of my dark illusion sect's disciples, and you want to leave just like that? Do you think that's possible? Uwusi leaped a few times and appeared above Zhuowen. His skinny right hand suddenly pressed down, and countless black bone hands condensed into numerous black bone hands that pierced toward Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy as he immediately summoned the No beginning demon gold sword to block his back. Bang! Unfortunately, although the No beginning demon gold sword was powerful, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of Uwusi's powerful attack. Pucci! The No beginning demon gold sword was blasted away, and Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backwards, and a trace of dispiritedness appeared in his eyes. Die! Uwusi's eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, this Zhuowen was simply too weak. The Bonehand's momentum did not decrease as they continued to sweep toward Zhuowen's vitals. This attack was enough to destroy Zhuowen's body and soul. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy as he immediately released the black-clothed Zhuowen. A terrifying extreme lightning energy manifested into a huge lightning fist that heavily smashed against the bone hands. Crackle! The bone hands that had been like a hot knife through butter were forced to a halt by the lightning fist. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity to escape with the black-clothed Zhuowen. Uwusi was too strong. He was a powerful existence at the Void Sky 8th step. The white-haired old man that Zhuowen had killed before was at the Void Sky 7th step. Zhuowen had barely managed to kill that white-haired old man with the help of the Purple Star Sovereign's power in the Thunderfire Sword. However, Uwusi was different. If he wanted to kill that white-haired old man, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Now that Zhuowen was facing such a powerful existence, he had no chance of winning. Even his chances of survival were pitifully low. You can't escape. Uwusi's mouth was full of ridicule. He once again urged his bone wings to catch up with Zhuowen. The bone hands once again struck out and sent the black-clothed Zhuowen flying. At the same time, Zhuowen's internal organs felt like they were about to shift. After taking a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Zhuowen recovered to his peak state and continued to flee. It really is the Heavenly Domain Star Essence. At first, the Enforcement Elder said that you had a lot of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. I didn't believe him at first, but now I do. Seeing Zhuowen recover to his peak state in an instant, Uwusi's eyes blazed with passion. He couldn't wait to capture Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was too cunning. Although Uwusi was faster than Zhuowen, there was a limit to how fast he could be. He could only use his attacks to disturb Zhuowen and slow him down. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Die! Uwusi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His bone wings suddenly spread open, and the two skulls on both ends of his bone wings opened their mouths and spat out two oily green ghost flames. These oily green flames didn't have the slightest bit of temperature. On the contrary, they gave off a bone-piercing chill. Zhuowen was extremely sensitive to this kind of chill. He had felt this kind of chill on the 3rd floor of the Nether Hall, and the source of that chill was the ice lotus that he had taken away. Roar! These two ghost flames were too terrifying. Zhuowen's real body didn't dare to face them directly. He immediately asked the black-clothed Zhuowen to reveal his real body. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the ghost flames. However, Devour wasn't in a good condition. The two ghost flames were moving around in his body, which even affected his god soul. Puff! Zhuowen spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Just as he was about to spit out the ghost flames, the ice lotus that he had swallowed into his body suddenly absorbed the two ghost flames. This ice lotus was terrifying. Zhuowen had purposely placed it in the outermost area of his body. As for the deepest area, It was where the Z-Way galaxy and the heavenly armor star were located, so the ice lotus couldn't affect them. This thing can absorb Yu Wuxi's attack. Excellent. Zhuan's eyes brightened. He immediately flapped his torch dragon wings and fled. Yu Wuxi furrowed his brows, coldly looking at Devour's giant body. He was surprised and muttered, "It's Devour. I didn't expect it to be Devour. This kid has so many secrets. I didn't expect him to have a mount like Devour. This kid must be killed. These things can only belong to me." Then, Yu Wuxi's attacks became fiercer. However, Zhuan's devouring power had swallowed them all. However, Devour's devouring power wasn't omnipotent. Yu Wuxi's attacks were still beyond Devour's endurance. Zhuan could clearly feel that Devour's bodily functions were weakening as Yu Wuxi's attacks became fiercer. It can't continue like this. Devour will get hurt sooner or later. Zhuan's heart sank to the bottom. Eventually, Devour turned into a cluster of black mist, entering Zhuan's spirit ring. Zhuan immediately sent the heavenly star Marrow into the ring, asking Devour to swallow it. However, he found that Devour could only recover a part of its power. It couldn't recover instantly. Is it because Devour's body structure is different from humans? Is it because the heavenly star Marrow doesn't have much effect on it? Zhuan's eyes were dark like water. If that was the case, he was done for. Devour was his strongest clone, which was much stronger than his real body. However, Devour couldn't recover in a short time, which was a fatal problem for Zhuan. Devour's severely wounded. You don't need to use the heavenly star Marrow to heal him. Although the heavenly star Marrow has a great effect, it's only effective to humans who don't have a big body. Devour's body is too big. One drop of the heavenly star Marrow isn't enough. Yu Wuxi sneered, waving his right hand. Countless bone thorns flew toward Zhuan like a storm. Chapter 2063. Seven Dao, Intense Pucci. A bloody hole appeared between Zhuan's eyebrows. However, at the moment of his death, Zhuan immediately swallowed the heavenly domain starry essence that he had kept in his mouth. Yu Wuxi snorted coldly as he watched Zhuan recover in an instant. He didn't seem to care at all as he launched another terrifying attack. The surrounding bone spikes rained down like rain, forming a wall of bone spikes that sealed the space around Zhuan. It was impossible for Zhuan to break through this terrifying wall of bone spikes in a short period of time. Yu Wuxi's attacks became faster and faster. Every attack was enough to tear Zhuan to shreds. However, Zhuan was like a tenacious cockroach. Every time he was on the verge of death, he would quickly swallow the heavenly domain starry essence. Moreover, the moment Yu Wuxi tried to grab him, he would immediately use the torch dragon wings to dodge. This caused Zhuan and Yu Wuxi to be in a stalemate for a while. However, Zhuan was smiling bitterly in his heart. He knew that this stalemate couldn't last for long. In this short period of time, he had almost walked through the gates of hell more than 10 times. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the more focused Zhuan's mind was. He repeatedly used the 6th level Dao intent. The purple intent spread around his body, causing his figure to become hazy and indistinct. Yu Wuxi frowned slightly as the coldness in his eyes intensified. Moreover, he didn't want to continue fighting with Zhuan. With a cold snort, Yu Wuxi crossed his hands and rapidly formed a hand seal. Then, a ray of dim light burst out from his hand seal. It was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash, entering the purple intent. Whoosh! Wherever the dim light passed, the purple intent dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhuan's figure was revealed within the purple intent. Zhuan stared fixedly at the dim light. He felt a fatal threat from this dim light. It was as if he was hit by this dim light, he would definitely die. As the dim light got closer, the threat of death grew stronger. Although Zhuan still had the heavenly domain starry sky essence in his mouth, his intuition told him that even the heavenly domain starry sky essence would not be able to save him if he was hit by this dim light. No, I can't be hit by this attack. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Zhuan believed in his instincts. He could feel the terror of this dim light. Most likely, Yuwu was no longer holding back. Zhuowen wanted to escape, but he discovered that Yuwu-Ci's terrifying pressure was firmly suppressing him. It was like a vast mountain pressing down on an ant. No matter how hard this ant tried, it was simply impossible for him to escape the heavy pressure of this vast mountain. As the dim light got closer and closer, cold sweat dripped down Zhuowen's forehead. The threat of death enveloped Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen's heart to sink to the extreme. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a drowning person that desperately urged the energy of his Tao insight. A terrifying purple will burst out from Zhuowen's body like blazing sunlight and shot out in all directions. Even so, it was still useless. The dim light ignored the power of the purple will and continued to shorten the distance between it and Zhuowen. Once the dim light sank into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead, Zhuowen knew that he was finished. Extreme unwillingness caused Zhuowen to involuntarily growl. He was unwilling to die like this. He still had many unfinished business. He still had to save his wife, Mu Qinxue. He had promised to go to Six Desires Heaven to find Moyan Wushang in the future. He had also promised Yin Chuyu and the others that he would send them safely back to Brahma Star. How could he die like this? I won't accept this. Zhuowen roared to the sky. Suddenly, the purple will around him began to boil. The purple will that had originally collapsed condensed and reformed. It became denser and denser until it finally turned into a purple qi. The purple qi was like a ribbon that shot out and twined around Zhuowen's body. The terrifying pressure that had fallen on Zhuowen's body suddenly dissipated the moment the purple will turned into purple qi. The 9 torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings had completely turned into purple dragons. Their bodies were also several times larger than before. Swoosh! After breaking through Yuwu-Ci's pressure, the torch dragon wings spread open. Zhuowen's speed was so fast that he disappeared from his spot. Of course, that terrifying dim light missed its target. When he reached the edge of the bone wall, Zhuowen didn't hesitate to summon Devour's doppelganger. The doppelganger condensed the heavenly devouring devil book and the extreme lightning force, smashing a hole in the bone wall. As for Zhuowen, he passed through the hole and instantly disappeared into the distance. Although Yuwu-Ci had wounded Devour severely, a drop of the heavenly domain, Star Marrow, couldn't restore him to his peak state instantly. However, Zhuowen had more than one drop of the heavenly domain, Star Marrow. He had dozens of barrels. After drinking a barrel of the heavenly domain, Star Marrow, Devour had recovered to his peak state. That was how he had broken the bone wall with one punch and escaped. Apparently, Yuwu-Ci hadn't expected that Zhuowen's Tao power would increase all of a sudden. Moreover, the Tao power had counteracted the pressure that he had deliberately released. Moreover, Devour, who he had thought was severely wounded, had recovered to his peak state when Zhuowen had let him out. He hadn't expected this at all. Although he knew that Zhuowen had a lot of heavenly domain Star Marrow, Devour's body was too big. If he wanted to heal him instantly, he would need a lot of heavenly domain Star Marrow. However, Zhuowen had helped Devour recover to his peak state in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he had broken the bone wall that Yuwu-Ci had set. Now, Yuwu-Ci knew that he had underestimated the amount of heavenly domain Star Marrow that Zhuowen had. Instantly, thousands of thoughts crossed Yuwu-Ci's mind. Then, he waved his sleeves, retrieving the bone wall around him. Then, he chased after Zhuowen. However, he soon realized that his soul consciousness couldn't find any trace of Zhuowen. Looking at the direction he's going, I think he wants to leave the star field. I should go to the heaven receiving stone first. I must catch that little bastard. Yuwu-Ci was a little anxious. After knowing that Zhuowen might have a huge amount of heavenly domain Star Marrow, he was even more anxious to capture Zhuowen and take everything that Zhuowen had. At the moment of life and death, my Tao power has advanced from the 6th level to the 7th level. A purple shadow glided across the starry sky. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 7th and 6th level Tao intense, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. The 7th, 8th, and ninth-level Tao intents were the higher realms of Tao intents. With each step, the power of Tao intents would be stronger, and the amplification effect would naturally be more terrifying. Now, Zhuan had enhanced the torch dragon wings with the power of the 7th-level Tao intent, so his current speed was much faster than before. Zhuan was confident that his current speed might be similar to that of Tai Ching and Yu Qing when they used the earth shrinking technique. Even Yu Wuxi's speed was not as fast as Zhuan's current speed. Otherwise, Zhuan would not have been able to shake off Yu Wuxi's soul consciousness so easily. "I have to leave the star field as soon as possible," Zhuan thought as he sped up again. Soon, he arrived at the dock where many airships were located. Zhuan was naturally no stranger to this dock. Back then, he had taken High Heaven Sect's airship and landed near this dock from the Heaven Receiving Stone. However, this dock was relatively close to the Star Continent, where High Heaven Sect was located, so the airship Zhuan was on back then did not stop at this dock. Instead, it flew directly to the Star Continent, where High Heaven Sect was located. The dock was bustling with people coming and going. Many cultivators were entering and exiting the dock in an orderly manner. The moment Zhuan landed on the dock, a huge airship suddenly swept over from the void in front of him. This airship was completely black and had a strange appearance. At first glance, others would feel fear and trepidation. "It's the airship of Dark Mirage Sect. Let's hide quickly." In the dock, many cultivators dodged the moment they saw the strange airship sweeping over with fear in their eyes. The black airship stopped at the dock, and then the cultivators on this airship disembarked one after another. When all the cultivators had disembarked, Zhuan leisurely stepped onto the airship. "Who are you?" "The airship has already docked. If you want to go to the Heaven Receiving Stone, wait for the next one." The moment Zhuan entered the airship, a black-armored cultivator immediately looked at Zhuan with extreme hostility. Zhuan did not bother to pay attention to the black-armored cultivator. The glorious purple galaxy sword turned into a purple light and slashed at the man's neck. "Pucci!" Before this person could even finish speaking, his head was thrown high into the air. "You're courting death." After seeing Zhuan's actions, several black-armored cultivators behind him were shocked and furious. They summoned their respective divine artifacts and attacked Zhuan. Unfortunately, how could these black-armored cultivators be a match for Zhuan? In less than 10 breaths, all the cultivators on the airship were killed by Zhuan. Moreover, all the corpses on the airship were thrown out by Zhuan. He then entered the control cabin and controlled the airship to take off again and rush towards the Heaven Receiving Stone. On the dock, many cultivators stared blankly at the Mystic Illusion Sect cultivators on the airship that had been killed. They obviously did not expect that such a ruthless person would suddenly appear and snatch the Mystic Illusion Sect's airship the moment he arrived. Not long after Zhuan drove the airship away from the dock, Yu Wuxi had already arrived. He saw the Mystic Illusion Sect cultivators' corpses piled up like a small mountain in the middle of the dock, and his eyelids twitched. Then, under the mountain of corpses, there were a few lines of words written in blood. "Old man, it's not that easy to kill this young master. Back when this young master first came to the Heaven Receiving Stone, I tore down your Mystic Illusion Pavilion. Today, I've caused trouble for your Mystic Illusion Sect." Presumably, the Mystic Illusion Pavilion on the Heaven Receiving Stone has been rebuilt. Now, this young master will tear down the Mystic Illusion Pavilion again. If you're not satisfied, come and bite this young master. Yu Wuxi's eyes were gloomy. He immediately picked an airship at the dock and drove the airship away from the dock after driving the airship away. Only a group of cultivators on the dock were left in an uproar. Moreover, there were many knowledgeable cultivators among them. Some cultivators even recognized Yu Wuxi's identity and were inexplicably shocked. Yu Wuxi was the Mystic Illusion Sect's ancestor, a terrifying expert who had reached the 8 steps of the Void Sky Realm. Chapter 2064. Demolishing Dark Illusion Pavilion. The Receiving Heaven Stone was no longer as lively as it used to be. At this moment, it was deserted and deserted. Ever since the Receiving Heaven Stone was sealed, no cultivators had entered or exited it, so it was naturally devoid of life and desolate. In High Heaven Pavilion, Ren Yangon was strolling around in boredom. Looking at the deserted environment, he could not help but shake his head and whisper, "Who is that Zhuan?" He actually made the 8 great sects join forces to seal off the star field's borders. Ren Yangon had a complicated look in his eyes. The 8 great sects joining forces to arrest a rogue cultivator was definitely a major event that had never happened in the star field. Although Ren Yangon was a disciple of High Heaven sect, he still admired the rogue cultivator named Zhuan. Speaking of Zhuan, Ren Yangon recalled Long Wen, who had personally demolished Dark Illusion Pavilion. Long Wen was also a rogue cultivator, and his cultivation was not weak. As soon as he arrived at the receiving Heaven Stone, he killed a Dark Illusion sect disciple. Later, the conflict escalated, and he even demolished Dark Illusion Pavilion. Ren Yangon saw that Long Wen was a talent, so he wrote a recommendation letter, intending to recommend Long Wen to High Heaven sect. However, he did not expect that High Heaven sect's elder would reject Long Wen. As for where Long Wen went, Ren Yangon did not know. "Oh, isn't this our pavilion, Master Ren? Why are you leisurely strolling around the streets today?" A cold voice sounded, causing Ren Yangon's footsteps to stop abruptly. Ren Yangon stared at the black-armored man in front of him and the group of black-armored soldiers behind him and said coldly, "Yong Tang, what I do has nothing to do with you, right?" The black-armored man, named Yong Tang, was the new master of Dark Illusion Pavilion sent by Dark Illusion sect. He was slightly stronger than Ren Yangon. Moreover, Dark Illusion sect knew that Ren Yangon had helped Long Wen. So over the years, Dark Illusion Pavilion had been extremely arrogant, openly and secretly targeting High Heaven Pavilion. Ren Yangon had reported this matter to High Heaven sect many times, but his news was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single reply. Haha. How is it unrelated? Back then, you were the one who protected the culprit who destroyed the Dark Illusion Pavilion, right? So many of our people have died. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you? Yong Tang mocked. Ren Yangon's gaze was sharp as he stared coldly at Yong Tang. What is the meaning of this? Yong Tang laughed mockingly. What do you mean? I don't mean anything by that. I just think that an eye for an eye. Back then, you shielded the murderer. Now that the murderer is nowhere to be found, this debt can only be settled with you, right? Ren Yangon's eyes were filled with anger as he said, "You want to fight?" As he spoke, Ren Yangon's aura erupted from his entire body. At the same time, all of the cultivators from Towering Heaven Pavilion rushed onto the street, aggressively glaring at the Yong Tang group across from them. Yong Tang grinned, unwilling to be outdone. His imposing aura swept out like a hurricane. The auras of the two clashed, setting off a terrifying whirlwind that swept across the surroundings. The strange situation here immediately attracted the attention of the other encampment cultivators. One cultivator after another flew to the top of the encampment building and looked at the 2 groups of people on the street with interest. No one came out to stop them, nor did they want to stop them. The Star Domain's lockdown had caused the heaven-receiving boulder to be unusually cold and cheerless. If there was no entertainment, they would all be bored to death. Now that the Dark Mirage House and Towering Heaven Pavilion were about to fight, why would they want to stop such an opportunity to watch a good show? Whoosh! Just as the 2 groups were about to fight, a flying ship broke through the air and arrived above the heaven-receiving boulder in an instant. It's the Dark Mirage House's flying ship. Didn't this ship just fly away a few days ago? Why is it back? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the flying ship that had landed on the heaven-receiving boulder with puzzled eyes. Yong Tang's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze landed on the flying ship with a strange expression. "I'll settle the score with you later," Yong Tang said viciously before heading straight for the flying ship. He wanted to ask the pilot what was going on. Generally speaking, a flying ship would take several months to make a round trip. It was illogical for it to fly back after only a few days. The instant Yong Tang's group arrived at the flying ship, the cabin door opened and a straight figure walked out. "Who are you? Why are you on my Dark Mirage sect's flying ship? And where are the others from my Dark Mirage sect?" Yong Tang stared fixedly at the youth who walked down from the flying ship. He could not help but ask with furrowed brows. The person paused. He looked at Yong Tang and asked indifferently, "You're a disciple of the Dark Mirage sect?" Yong Tang raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said rather proudly, "Of course. I'm also the new house master of the Dark Mirage house." "Who are you? Tell me the truth." "So you're the house master of the Dark Mirage house. How about this? This one has something to give you. You better catch it." Zhuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, a streak of purple light shot out at the speed of light towards Yong Tang. Just as Yong Tang was about to ask what it was, his expression changed drastically. He immediately summoned his natal divine artifact to block the purple light. Unfortunately, his divine artifact crumbled the moment it came into contact with the purple light. The purple light pierced through Yong Tang's forehead like a hot knife through butter, killing him in one blow. Yong Tang was merely a true god of 3 disasters, while Zhuan was already a void sky expert. Dealing with Yong Tang with such cultivation was a piece of cake. Plop! Yong Tang fell to the ground dead. The surroundings fell into a long silence. No one expected that the young man who had just come out of the flying ship would kill Yong Tang in one move. For a moment, no one could react. Brother Longwen, on the street, Rin Yonggan muttered softly as he stared at the young man who killed Yong Tang with a wave of his hand. The purple light didn't slow down at all after killing Yong Tang. It continued to rush forward, passing through the group of black-armored cultivators behind Yong Tang at an extremely fast speed. In just one breath, all of them were dead. This completely shocked the many cultivators who were watching the battle. This person is a void sky expert. He's definitely a void sky expert. The surrounding cultivators all had expressions of fear on their faces. Only a void sky expert could so cleanly dispose of Yong Tang. There was no other possibility. Rin Yonggan, on the other hand, was astonished. Although he knew that Longwen wasn't an ordinary person, he still didn't expect him to advance to the void sky so quickly. "Brother Long, you have to be careful. There's still a void sky expert guarding the Dark Illusion House. Ever since you destroyed the Dark Illusion House, the Dark Illusion sect sent him over. He's been staying in the Dark Illusion House ever since." After killing the Dark Illusion sect, Zhuan heard Run Yong'an's voice transmission. Zhuan nodded and replied, "Brother Run, this Long will need to leave the star field for a period of time. Do you have a way to get me out of the star field?" This time, Zhuan didn't plan to force his way out of the receiving heaven stone. Instead, he wanted to leave this place with Rin Yong'an's help. Although Zhuan didn't have a good impression of the High Heaven sect, he had a good impression of Rin Yong'an. If Rin Yong'an could really help him this time, he wouldn't be stingy. After all, he had a lot of resources comparable to the great forces of the star field. He was probably the only person in the entire star field who could have so many resources. Rin Yong'an frowned slightly, revealing a hesitant expression. This time, the 8 great sects had joined forces to seal off the receiving heaven stone. It would be too difficult for him to take people out. Moreover, if this matter was exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. If Brother Rin finds it difficult, this Long won't force you. Zhuan naturally saw the hesitation on Run Yong'an's face and transmitted his voice again. Rin Yong'an grit his teeth and said, "Brother Long is too polite. This time, this Rin will risk everything and help you." Zhuan revealed a look of ecstasy at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Many thanks, Brother Run." Saying so, Zhuan rushed to Rin Yong'an's side and whispered, "I hope Brother Rin can help me quickly. I'm in a hurry." Zhuan could clearly feel that Yu Wu Ci's flying ship was getting closer and closer to the receiving heaven stone. If Yu Wu Ci arrived here, it would be very difficult for him to escape. "Brother Long, rest assured, this method is very fast. However, I need a key. The key is with the Void Sky Master in the Dark Illusion Pavilion." Rin Yong'an glanced at Zhuan. "Don't worry. Let me tear down the Dark Illusion Pavilion first." Zhuan waved his hand and rushed towards the Dark Illusion Pavilion. This guy, he's so bold. Rin Yong'an was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Zhuan had also reached the void sky realm, he was afraid that his cultivation level was not very high. The Void Sky Master guarding the Dark Illusion Pavilion had reached the Void Sky realm 3 times. Ren Yangan didn't think that Zhuan would gain anything by barging into the Dark Illusion Pavilion. On the other hand, many cultivators on both sides of the street swarmed overexcitedly and followed Zhuan. Zhuan soon arrived in front of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Ever since Zhuan had torn it down, the rebuilt Dark Illusion Pavilion looked much brighter and more upright. Moreover, the restrictions inside were much stronger. Zhuan waved his sleeve and immediately summoned 24 golden no beginning demon swords. A terrifying black gold killing intent vortex emerged from the combination of the no beginning demon golden sword and blasted against the barrier of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the restrictions on the surface of the Dark Illusion Pavilion collapsed like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The vortexes of killing intent formed by the Golden No beginning demon swords continued to wreak havoc inside the Dark Illusion Pavilion. The huge Dark Illusion Pavilion was instantly torn to pieces. Which daring bastard dares to tear down this old man's Dark Illusion Pavilion? A loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Then, a terrifying hand slammed into the vortexes of killing intent and repelled them. The Lord of the Dark Illusion Pavilion has made his move. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over all had grave expressions. They all knew that the Void Sky Master was not to be trifled with. It was precisely because of the support of this Void Sky Master that the Dark Illusion Pavilion had been extremely arrogant and despotic all these years. Chapter 2065. Suddenly, it was an old man in a dark blue Taoist robe. His hair was mottled with black and white, and his face was green. He looked quite strange. The old man glanced at Zhuan indifferently and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you destroying my phantom tower?" With the old man's character, he would have taught Zhuan a lesson as soon as he arrived. However, after noticing the void heaven aura on Zhuan's body, he did not act rashly. Zhuan stood proudly and said indifferently, "I'm Long One. I'm here to destroy your phantom tower." After saying that, Zhuan waved his sleeve. The 24 golden demon swords turned into a vortex of killing intent again and swept toward the old man. The old man's eyes were extremely dark. He knew that the young man in front of him was here to destroy his phantom tower. At the same time, he also heard the name Long One. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he was inexplicably surprised. He remembered that Ren Yangan had said that Zhuan was only a true god when he first entered the Receiving Heaven Stone. It had only been a few years, but he had already advanced to the Void Heaven realm. Wasn't his cultivation speed too fast? However, the current situation did not allow the old man to think too much. The terrifying vortex of killing intent was already in front of him. It's actually Long One. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on entering it. You think you're invincible after advancing to the Void Heaven realm? How ridiculous! The old man in the Taoist robe sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy turned into a giant hand and slammed into the vortex of killing intent. Rumble. Violent energy overflowed in all directions. Soon after, the giant hand and the vortex of killing intent exploded into a ring-shaped airwave, creating countless vacuum zones and erupting with terrifying energy. The huge Receiving Heaven Stone seemed to be trembling. The old man in the Taoist robe groaned and retreated continuously. On the other hand, Zhuan was as immovable as a mountain. The old man in the Taoist robe was frightened. The Taoist-robed old man revealed a look of fear. The powerful strength that Zhuan had displayed had greatly surprised him. Die! Zhuan stomped his right foot. Another 12 golden demon swords flew out of his spiritual ring and slammed into the old man in the Taoist robe. The Taoist-robed old man no longer held back. He took out his natal divine artifact and summoned the illusory heavenly bridge at the same time. His aura instantly increased by several times. Bang, bang, bang. When they collided again, the old man in the Taoist robe was not afraid at all. Instead, he suppressed the vortex of killing intent. The old man in the Taoist robe laughed out loud. He was about to mock Zhuowen when the coldness in the corner of Zhuowen's mouth became more and more intense. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen once again released the 12 no-beginning demonic golden swords. The terrifying killing intent vortex suddenly increased in intensity, breaking through the layers of defenses before the Taoist-robed old man. The Taoist-robed old man hurriedly retreated while simultaneously strengthening his defenses. Zhuowen continued to move forward, arriving at the back of the whirlpool and taking out the remaining 24 demon golden swords. Bang, bang, bang. When all of the no-beginning devil golden swords were stacked together, the vortex of killing intent that was produced was extremely powerful. The old man's defense was like a clay chicken and pottery dog, completely useless. Poochie. The old man in the Taoist robe did not even have time to react before the vortex of killing intent completely enveloped him and tore him into pieces. Zhuowen stepped onto the illusory heavenly bridge of the old man in the Taoist robe. He raised the purple sword in his right hand above his head and slashed down fiercely. A terrifying and huge purple moon rose slowly and then suddenly fell down, smashing onto the illusory heavenly bridge and completely shattering it. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. The battle between Zhuowen and the old man in the Taoist robe was too short. It was over in just a few breaths. Originally, everyone thought that this would be a stalemate between a fierce and fierce battle. But now, beyond their expectations, the old man in the Taoist robe who had ascended 3 times in the illusory heavenly bridge was actually dealt with so cleanly by Zhuowen. Ren Yangan was even more stunned on the spot. Looking at that proud figure, his eyes were full of complexity. Brother Ren, this should be the key you mentioned, right? I'll leave it to you this time. Zhuowen rushed to Ren Yangan's side and handed over a key that was emitting a 7-colored light to Ren Yangan as he said softly. Ren Yangan took the key, nodded solemnly, and immediately said, "Brother Long, come with me." Saying that, Ren Yangan took Zhuowen and walked straight towards High Heaven Pavilion. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, Ren Yangan brought Zhuowen to a secret basement of High Heaven Pavilion. This basement was surrounded by piles of yellow boulders, looking quite simple and gorgeous. In the center of the basement, there was a huge spirit array, but this spirit array was dim at the moment, obviously lacking energy supply. Brother Long, the entrance to the receiving heaven stone has been completely sealed by the experts of the 8 great sects. It is impossible for you to go out, but my High Heaven Pavilion has another shortcut, and that is this spirit array. This spirit array was left behind by the Pavilion Master of High Heaven Pavilion. This person has a fanatical interest in spirit arrays and is even more unruly. The receiving heaven stone was also sealed, but it was not as strong as this time. At that time, the Pavilion Master was very unhappy because he was the Pavilion Master. Since the receiving heaven stone was sealed, he had to stay on the receiving heaven stone and wait for the seal to end before he could go out. Otherwise, he would be treated as a spy. In order to slip out, the Pavilion Master arranged this spirit array. It is said that this spirit array can directly leave the star field without going through the receiving heaven stone. Ren Yangan came to the side of the spirit array and patiently explained. Did the Pavilion Master try this spirit array? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Ren Yangan was a little embarrassed as he smiled and said, "No." After he finished arranging this transmission array, the seal was lifted, so he didn't need to use this transmission array to leave the receiving heaven stone. As for this key, it is actually the key to open this spirit array. At that time, Elder Su Tian of the Dark Illusion sect, in order to retaliate against my High Heaven Pavilion for helping Brother Long, caused a lot of trouble here. He saw that I valued this key very much and wanted to snatch it away, so Zhuowen nodded and didn't pursue the matter with Ren Yangan, saying, "Can we begin now?" "Yes," Ren Yangan said as he threw the 7-colored key into the spirit array. Then, the key automatically drilled into the groove in the center of the spirit array. Suddenly, the dim and lightless formation burst out with a blazing, seven-colored radiance. Zhuowen knew that the formation had been activated. Suddenly, Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He immediately grabbed Run Yong'an's shoulder and stepped into the seven-colored spirit array. Rumble. The moment Zhuowen entered the seven-colored spirit array, the entire High Heaven Pavilion erupted with a terrifying tremor. Soon after, High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed and all the cultivators inside were killed. The basement was also directly opened by this terrifying force, revealing Zhuowen and Ren Yong'an who had entered the spirit array. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you can't escape. The moment the basement was opened, an aura as vast as the sea suddenly appeared in the basement. The entire basement couldn't withstand this terrifying aura, and countless fine cracks appeared. Open the teleportation array. Zhuowen shouted at Ren Yong'an. Ren Yong'an trembled. This aura was too terrifying, making him feel as if he was facing the might of the heavens. In front of this aura, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing. Now, Zhuowen yelled at him, finally making him sober up. He didn't ask who this person was, but immediately activated the teleportation array. Suddenly, a terrifying teleportation array wrapped around the two of them. Want to leave? Do you think it's possible? Yu Wuxi's voice resounded once again. Then, a terrifying giant hand, as if the dome of the sky was collapsing, instantly pressed down and smashed on the seven-colored teleportation array. Zhuowen's eyes darkened as he immediately released the black-clothed Zhuowen. Roar! The black-clothed Zhuowen revealed the incomparably huge, true body of Devour, and its pillar-like claws met the terrifying giant hand. Crack! In an instant, the terrifying collision set off countless astral winds. Then, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the huge receiving heaven boulder. All the cultivators on the receiving heaven boulder were terrified. They floated in the air and looked at the receiving heaven boulder, which was already riddled with holes. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. Devour's claws were completely destroyed. The demonic fog around its huge body dispersed, revealing countless bloody scars on its body. It looked as if it would shatter at any moment. Although Devour's state was quite miserable, it had still managed to block Yu Wuxi's terrifying attack. Let's go. Zhuowen immediately put away Devour. Then, the seven-color teleportation array teleported Run Yong'an and Zhuowen away from this place. After Zhuowen and Run Yong'an were teleported away, Yu Wuxi, with a gloomy face, slowly landed on the ruins of High Heaven Pavilion. He quietly looked at the teleportation array that had completely lost its brilliance. He knew that the other side of the teleportation array had been completely destroyed by Zhuowen. Even if he reactivated the teleportation array, it would be impossible for him to teleport out. Little bastard! Yu Wuxi took a deep breath and roared toward the sky. His roar reverberated endlessly on the receiving heaven boulder. As soon as Yu Wuxi arrived on the receiving heaven boulder, he discovered that the dark fantasy pavilion had been destroyed. Then, he learned from the crowd that the person who destroyed the dark fantasy pavilion had been brought into High Heaven Pavilion. So, he mercilessly destroyed High Heaven Pavilion in an attempt to capture Zhuowen. However, he never expected that he would be one step too late. There was actually a teleportation array hidden under High Heaven Pavilion. The cultivators on the receiving heaven boulder quickly distanced themselves from Yu Wuxi and stared at this terrifying figure with dread. Chapter 2066. The land of the far west. This was a huge meteorite belt. The meteorite belt was like a halo around a satellite, slowly rotating in a circle. A seven-colored light appeared on a huge meteorite in the center, and under the seven-colored light, there was a seven-colored array. Within the seven-colored light, two wretched figures appeared. Pucci! One of the white-clothed youths suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side of the array. He immediately took out a purple sword and completely destroyed the array that was glowing with rainbow light. The other middle-aged man in a blue robe also fell to the side, but his condition was much better than the young man in white. These two people were naturally Zhuan and Ren Yongan, who had left the star field through the transmission array. Ren Yongan's face was extremely ugly. When he found that the expert chasing Long One was so terrifying, he had already regretted it. But it was too late to regret now. The High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed by the unknown expert, and he had followed Zhuan out of the transmission array. Returning to the receiving Heaven Stone was naturally unrealistic. Now Ren Yongan was a little distressed. "Brother Long, is your real name Zhuan?" Ren Yongan seemed to think of something and suddenly asked Zhuan. The voice had called Zhuan's real name before, so he also knew Zhuan's real name. At this moment, Zhuan's face was pale. He took out a jade bottle and drank a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, and his face became much rosier. "Brother Run, this jade bottle contains Heavenly Domain Star Essence. Take it. If it weren't for you this time, my life might be in danger." Zhuan handed the jade bottle to Ren Yongan, but Ren Yongan's entire person was dumbfounded. He held the jade bottle in his hand, his entire body trembling with excitement. Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. When he was in Zhongyu, the 8 great sect masters fought for 2 drops of Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. Now, he actually obtained a whole bottle of Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. This was like a dream for him. Ren Yongan gently opened the bottle cork, and suddenly a terrifying medicinal power soared into the sky, forming a huge phantom above him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ren Yongan closed the bottle cork, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands to Zhuan. "Thank you, Long. Brother Zhua." Ren Yongan wanted to call Zhuan Brother Long, but thinking of Zhuan's real name, he changed the way he addressed him. At this moment, Ren Yongan had already forgotten that Zhuan had destroyed the High Heaven Pavilion. There was only a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence in his hand. The Heavenly Domain Star Essence. The value of this bottle of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence was almost immeasurable. Even if Ren Yongan had to die now, he would feel that it was worth it. Yongan, Yongan. Yongan, Yongan. Yongan, Yongan. Zhuan took out a Void Ascension pill from his spirit ring and handed it to Ren Yongan as he said with a smile. At this moment, Ren Yongan was flattered to receive the Void Ascending pill, and the unhappiness in his heart suddenly disappeared. With the Void Ascending pill and Heavenly Domain Star Essence, even if he betrayed High Heaven Sect, he would still have profited. "Thank you, Brother Zhua. Many thanks," Ren Yongan said quickly. Zhuan waved his hand and said, "Brother Ren is too polite. This time, it was all thanks to you that I was able to escape. These things should be given to you." This time, Zhuan was indeed very grateful to Ren Yongan. If it weren't for Ren Yongan, he really would have been finished. He was very willing to take out a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. After all, his life was much more important than this bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. Zhuan looked at the surrounding asteroid belt and asked, "Where is this place?" Ren Yongan carefully put away the Heavenly Domain Star Essence and Void Ascending pill before immediately taking out the star chart from his spirit ring and looking at it for a while. "What's wrong?" Zhuan could not help but ask in surprise when he saw the strange look in Ren Yongan's eyes. Ren Yongan said, "Brother Zhua, this place is close to the westernmost part of the Great Brahma Domain. It doesn't seem to be far from the waning, waxing moons. I really didn't expect the power of the transmission array to be so powerful that it could teleport the two of us so far." Zhuan also showed a strange look. He also didn't expect that the transmission array hidden in High Heaven Pavilion could teleport them so far. Wasn't it comparable to the ancient transmission array? The waning waxing moons is not far from here. So, can we go in now? Zhuan suddenly asked. Ren Yongan looked around and smiled bitterly. "Brother Zhua, the westernmost part of the Heaven Domain has a terrifying magnetic field. This magnetic field will interfere with the direction of our divine sense. Although we know the geographical location of the waning, waxing moons, if we go in blindly, we will most likely lose our way." Zhuan frowned and said, "Then what should we do?" Now, Zhuan was a little anxious. He clearly knew the geographical location of the waning waxing moons, but he could not act rashly. Moreover, Rinyangan was not lying. Just now, he had used his divine sense to determine the direction, but every time he determined the direction was different. He knew that his divine sense was indeed affected by an external object, and this external object should be the magnetic field that Rinyangan was talking about. We must first enter a certain galaxy or star continent in the far west. According to my impression, the far west is an extremely chaotic place. It is the true forbidden area of the Great Brahma domain. It is said that even the supreme Great Brahma can't control this area. Rinyangan said worriedly. Although Rinyangan had never been to the far west, he knew the notoriety of this area, so he was worried about his own situation. Even Great Brahma can't control it? This far west. Zhuan frowned slightly. He was very curious in his heart. Since Great Brahma was the master of the heaven domain, he generally had absolute control over the entire heaven domain. But now, Rinyangan was saying that even Great Brahma could not control the far west. Could it be that there was something special about the far west? Of course, Rinyangan was not too sure about the specifics of the far west. Rinyangan had only heard about the far west. Zhuan summoned Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and Hong Shan from the spirit ring. They had already escaped the star field, so he naturally had no reason to put them back into the spirit ring. After all, they could not cultivate in the spirit ring. Big Brother Zhua, thank you for saving my aunt this time. Yun Chuyu immediately stepped forward and looked at Zhuan gratefully. Yin Bingyun came to Yun Chuyu's side and bowed to Zhuan in an extremely formal manner, saying, Bingyun will not dare to forget your life-saving grace. Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, the two of you don't have to be so formal. Actually, we are not out of danger. This time, Brother Run and I, Zhuan slowly recounted what had happened. When he finished, Yin Bingyun frowned and said, we actually came to the far west. Could it be that Sect Master Yin is very familiar with the far west? Zhuan looked at Yin Bingyun and asked. Yin Bingyun shook her head and said, I don't know too much about it. However, I once met a senior who had traveled to the far west. He once said that the far west is extremely chaotic, and it is very difficult to travel through the far west with just a star chart. If we can't use our divine sense and star charts, then what do we need to travel through the far west? Zhuan asked with a frown. Flying ships. The flying ships of the far west are very developed, even more developed and powerful than the star field. It is said that the most powerful flying ships built by the cultivators of the far west have cannons that can even kill the strongest powerhouses of the void sky. Yin Bingyun's words were shocking, and her words shocked everyone present. The cultivators of the void sky could be said to be the top powerhouses of the Great Brahma domain. It was incredible that a mere flying ship could kill such a powerhouse. Look, there seems to be something flying over there. Suddenly, Rinyangan pointed to the starry sky on the left and said. Zhuan and the others looked up and indeed saw a black shadow rushing over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived and stopped outside the meteorite belt. Only then did Zhuan see clearly that this black shadow was actually an incomparably huge pitch-black flying ship. The surface of this flying ship was covered with black scales that looked like dragon scales. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that this was a black dragon flying in the starry sky. Whether it was the shape or the aura, Zhuan found that this flying ship was much more advanced than the flying ships of the 10 major sects in the star field. It seemed that Yin Bingyun was right. The flying ship technology of the far west was indeed much more powerful than that of the star field. The flying ship that had stopped opened a hatch, and 5 cultivators walked out. The one in the lead was a burly man in dragon scale armor. He walked straight toward Zhuan. The burly man sized up Zhuan and the others, and his gaze lingered on Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and Hong Shan. Yin Bingyun and Yun Chuyu, in particular, were extraordinarily beautiful. Although their faces were covered by veils, it still couldn't hide the extraordinary temperament of the 2 women. The 5 of you are refugees, right? Our captain found the 5 of you and planned to help you. The burly man said indifferently. Thank you, brother, Rinyangan hurriedly said with a smile. The corners of the burly man's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, I think you know the rules, right? Rules? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Chapter 2067. Longue, brother, the 5 of us are cultivators from outside the land of the far west. When we came to the land of the far west this time, our flying ship was accidentally destroyed. The 5 of us were lucky and escaped with our lives, so we don't know the rules here, Rinyangan said with a smile. The burly man responded with a no. Immediately, he sized up the 5 of them again and said, In that case, I will tell you the rules. If you want to board the ship and leave this meteorite belt, you need to pay a fare. Our captain will not let you come up and take up space for nothing. Zhuowen was relieved when he heard that. If this person let them board the ship, then there would be a problem. Zhuowen felt that it was normal that they had to pay a fare to board the ship. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How much do you need? Rinyangan asked. 10,000 divine stones per person, the sturdy man said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he felt that the ticket was a little expensive, there was nothing he could do. After all, they could only leave this place on the ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to determine the direction, so it was impossible for them to walk aimlessly. The sturdy man's expression eased when he saw Zhuowen hand over 50,000 divine stones without hesitation. Then, he led Zhuowen's group into the flying ship. After passing through dozens of aisles, the sturdy man brought the 5 of them to a hall that wasn't very big. There were soft ring-shaped chairs in the hall, but at this moment, the chairs in the hall were filled with cultivators, so there were no empty seats. Zhuowen frowned as he looked around the hall. There weren't even any seats in the hall. Could it be that they had a stand? Rinyangan, Bingyun, and the other 3 also had similar expressions. They had paid 50,000 divine stones, but there weren't even any seats, let alone the single room they wanted. After bringing Zhuowen's group of 5, the sturdy man left the hall. He didn't have any intention of paying any attention to Zhuowen's group. Zhuowen looked around the hall and found that most of the people here were true gods. There were also a few void sky cultivators, but they were very few. Moreover, very few true gods dared to casually approach these void sky cultivators. This resulted in these void sky cultivators occupying a rather large empty space. The arrival of Zhuowen's group of 5 attracted the attention of many cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not paying attention to Zhuowen and Rinyangan. Instead, they were paying attention to Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and Hong Shan, who were standing beside Zhuowen. Regardless of whether it was Bingyun or Yun Chuyu, just Hong Shan's beauty alone was incomparably alluring. In particular, the flirtatious glint that occasionally flashed through her beautiful eyes caused many cultivators' hearts to heat up. They wanted nothing more than to ruthlessly ravage her. Although Bingyun and Yun Chuyu had veils covering their faces, just by looking at their delicate bodies and temperaments, one could tell that these 2 women were definitely not ordinary. They were many times better than the ordinary female cultivators in the hall. A man in his 30s wearing a blue robe sat upright on a huge, empty seat. He opened his eyes and directly ignored Zhuowen and Rinyangan. His gaze landed on Bingyun and Yun Chuyu. This person sized up Yun Chuyu and Bingyun in an extremely presumptuous manner. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Beauties, take off the veils on your faces and let me have a good look." When the surrounding cultivators saw this blue-robed man, they all revealed expressions of fear. Lan Gui has taken a fancy to these 2 female cultivators. I'm afraid these 2 women will suffer. What a pity for these 2 delicate beauties. Everyone's eyes revealed looks of pity. This blue-robed man was called Lan Gui. He was one of the few void sky cultivators in the hall and was extremely powerful. Moreover, this Lan Gui had an extremely disgusting hobby, which was to play with women. The more beautiful the woman, the more miserable Lan Gui would play with her, and he would even enjoy it. During this journey, many female cultivators have been forcefully played to death by Lan Gui. These were all seen by the surrounding cultivators. However, Lan Gui was too powerful. Although many cultivators could not bear it, they only dared to be angry and did not dare to say anything. Now, Lan Gui had specifically asked the two female cultivators who had just entered to take off their veils. Everyone knew what Lan Gui would do next, so they could only silently mourn for the two female cultivators. As for the other Void Sky cultivators, they were not surprised at all. They did not even glance over. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the spot and silently cultivated. Yin Shuyu and Yin Bingyan frowned slightly. Their beautiful eyes revealed disgust. The two women's observation skills were not weak. Naturally, they could see the trace of lust in Lan Gui's eyes. They could guess that this person's intentions were definitely not pure. What? Are the two beauties shy? There's no need to be shy. Since you're shy, I'll have to take the initiative. Lan Gui licked his lips and immediately stretched out his right hand. Terrifying energy turned into a huge hand that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. It instantly enveloped Yin Shuyu and Yin Bingyan. However, just as the huge hand approached Yin Shuyu and Yin Bingyan, there was a flash of violet light, and the hand collapsed. Lan Gui's eyes narrowed. His gaze finally landed on Zhuowen, who wielded a violet sword. He said fearfully, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? How dare you get in the way of me?" Although Lan Gui was lustful, he was not an idiot. When Zhuowen attacked earlier, he knew that he was also a Void Sky cultivator. It seemed like he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Kneeled down and apologized to the two of them. Zhuowen looked down at Lan Gui as he spoke, and all of the cultivators present fell into a daze. The entire place was filled with astonishment, and even a pin drop could be heard. Even Lan Gui was stunned. He even suspected that he had misheard. When Zhuowen attacked earlier, he could tell that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the first step of the Void Sky realm. His cultivation was almost the same as his own, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly. Wasn't he a little too conceited? The other Void Sky cultivators all opened their eyes and silently stared at Zhuowen and Lan Gui. "What if I say no?" Lan Gui sneered. Spurt. As soon as Lan Gui finished speaking, the violet light swept past his right arm like lightning. Afterwards, blood sprayed into the air as his right arm was instantly severed. Kneeled down, Zhuowen arrived with his sword. He calmly stared at Lan Gui, who was staring blankly at his severed right arm. The surrounding cultivators all gaped. Wasn't this young man a little too ferocious? He had actually severed Lan Gui's right arm without anyone noticing. Even the other Void Sky cultivators had grave expressions on their faces. They hadn't clearly seen how Zhuowen had severed Lan Gui's right arm. ****. Lan Gui came to his senses and roared. His eyes were as red as blood as he immediately summoned his natal artifact. Lan Gui's natal artifact was a skull forged from jade. As soon as the skull was summoned, a gust of wind and a rain of blood swept toward them, sending chills down their spines. As soon as the skull appeared, it opened its mouth wide and flew toward Zhuowen. Countless eerie, evil spirits rushed out of the skull. Zhuowen discovered that these evil spirits were all beautiful and graceful women. It seemed like Lan Gui was indeed a bastard. After toying with the women's souls, he collected them into the skull and cultivated them into evil spirits to enhance the power of his natal artifact. Zhuowen's gaze was ghastly cold as an incomparably enormous divine sense suddenly erupted, transforming into countless branches that bombarded the bodies of those evil spirits. Zhuowen's divine soul was truly too powerful, and evil spirits were illusory beings. Divine sense could cause considerable damage to them. In just an instant, all the evil spirits in the surroundings were wiped away by Zhuowen's consciousness. Afterwards, Zhuowen swung his sword and struck the jade-colored skull, sending it flying without any resistance. The violet sword did not slow down at all and instantly severed Lan Gui's limbs. Thump! Lan Gui collapsed in a pool of blood as he constantly struggled. His eyes were filled with viciousness and malice. Zhuan kicked Lan Gui to the side, then led Yun Chuyu, Yin Bingyun, and the others to occupy Lan Gui's position without any scruples. Logically speaking, with Lan Gui's cultivation, he should have been able to recover very quickly even if his limbs had been severed. However, Zhuan's violet sword contained the power of Dao. This power could suppress Lan Gui's recovery abilities. Although Lan Gui desperately circulated the energy within him in an attempt to regrow his limbs, it was to no avail. Moreover, his wounds failed to close up. Blood constantly poured out, basically forming a small pool of blood in the surroundings. "What have you done to me?" Lan Gui roared out. Zhuan stared at Lan Gui indifferently and said, "If you want to die, you can keep screaming." Lan Gui sensed the chilling, killing intent in Zhuan's gaze. His face froze, and he immediately shut up. However, as he continued to lose blood, Lan Yu felt weaker and weaker. He was powerless. The surrounding cultivators kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhuan, who was sitting on Blue Go's seat. They knew that this person was vicious. He had severed Lan Gui's limbs as soon as he had arrived, and he was so powerful as well. They obviously did not dare to provoke him. What's happened? Why is it so messy here? Chapter 2068. Young Master Worryless, Captain Lu. This person has no regard for the law. He actually attacked me in this cabin and cut off my limbs. He's simply audacious and unforgivable. Seeing the burly man enter, Lan Gui acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. His eyes shone as he hurriedly complained. Rin Yangon, Yin Chuyu, and the others were furious. Just as they were about to defend themselves, Captain Lu coldly snorted and interrupted their words. Captain Lu's sinister gaze fell on Zhuan. He grinned and said, "You're quite bold, newcomer. You caused such a big mess as soon as you arrived. I have a whole new level of respect for you." With that, Captain Lu walked straight towards Zhuan and finally stopped in front of Zhuan. He looked down at Zhuan and continued, "Now come with me." Zhuan narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. He did not refuse and followed Captain Lu out of the hall. After all, Zhuan had just entered this cabin. He still needed to rely on this flying ship to head to the nearby continent, so he did not want to fall out with the people on this flying ship. Otherwise, if they threw him out of the flying ship, he would quickly lose his way. Captain Lu led Zhuan out of the hall and came to a remote corner. He looked at Zhuan indifferently and said, "You're very bold. Do you know what happens to cultivators who violate the rules of our divine continent?" The corners of Zhuan's mouth curled up. He took out a bottle of fire spirit juice from his spirit ring and handed it to Captain Lu. He said, "I was impulsive just now. I think Captain Lu is a reasonable person." "Fire spirit juice?" Captain Lu opened the bottle and sniffed it lightly. His eyes revealed surprise. Fire spirit juice could temporarily increase one's comprehension. Even for Void Sky cultivators, the effect was not bad. Captain Lu's cultivation was at the peak of Void Sky, so this fire spirit juice would have a great effect on him breaking through shackles. Captain Lu put away the fire spirit juice with a troubled expression. Zhuan sneered in his heart. He knew that Captain Lu was complaining that the fire spirit juice was too little. Zhuan also knew how to behave. He took out 3 more bottles of fire spirit juice from his spirit ring and handed them to Captain Lu. Putting away the 3 bottles, Captain Lu revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Since this is your first offense, then I won't pursue this matter anymore. Be careful next time." Captain Lu was about to leave when he was stopped by Zhuan. "Is there anything else?" Captain Lu asked with a frown. Zhuan smiled faintly and said, "Captain Lu, your god Lu is so big. It shouldn't be that you don't have an independent cabin, right?" Captain Lu looked at Zhuan from head to toe and grinned. "Of course, but the 5 of you are refugees. You don't have tickets for God of Lu beforehand. Naturally, you don't have the right to enjoy the cabin of God of Lu." "Can I buy it now?" Zhuan asked. The smile on Captain Lu's face deepened. He said, "Of course you can buy it, but it's much more expensive in the outside world. 1 ticket costs 10 million divine stones. Do you want to buy it?" Zhuowen cursed in his heart and said in a low voice, "Yes, and I want to buy 5 tickets." Captain Lu looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and was surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the guy in front of him to be rich. When he thought about how this guy could take out 4 bottles of fire spirit juice at once, Captain Lu felt relieved. "Sure, I happen to have 5 tickets with me. As long as you pay, I can give you the tickets and order someone to take you to the corresponding cabin," Captain Lu said calmly. Zhuowen paid the 50 million godly stones without any hesitation and received 5 tickets for the ship. When he returned to the hall, Lan Gui was still lying in a pool of blood like a dead dog. Yin Qiyu, Im Bingyun, and Hong Shan were nowhere to be seen, while Rin Yanggan was lying to the side in a sorry state, constantly twitching and struggling. After Zhuowen returned, the hall immediately fell silent. However, Lan Gui chuckled coldly and said, "Serves you right. Those 3 delicate beauties of yours are going to be finished as well. Perhaps they'll end up in a much more miserable state than when they fell into my hands." Zhuowen arrived by Rin Yong'an's side and helped him up. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Rin, what happened?" Rin Yong'an coughed up a mouthful of blood and said in a slightly dispirited manner, "Brother Zhuo, not long after you and Captain Lu left, several cultivators with powerful presences appeared at some point in time. They restrained Miss Chu and the others without any explanation and took them away. I resisted with all my might, but I wasn't strong enough. I was heavily injured." Speaking of this, Rin Yong'an's face was filled with shame. Clearly, he felt that he had let Zhuowen down. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Just as Zhuowen had been taken away, there were people waiting for an opportunity to come in and kidnap him. These cultivators were probably in cahoots with Captain Lu. "Serves you right. Haha, serves you right." Lan Gui laughed wantonly and even mocked him. Splat. Unfortunately, a purple sword directly sliced off Lan Gui's mouth. Afterwards, Zhuowen slowly arrived before Lan Gui. Lan Gui whimpered loudly as he stared at Zhuowen in fear. His mouth had been sliced off, so he could not even speak clearly. However, from his whimpering, Lan Gui was probably begging for mercy. Zhuowen pressed a hand against Lan Gui's head, and his terrifying divine sense violently invaded Lan Gui's soul. He began to carefully search through his memories. Zhuowen was not familiar with the group of cultivators who had taken Yin Qiyu and the other 2 away. However, Lan Gui had been on the God of Lu for a long time, so he should know a little. Not long after, Zhuowen removed his right hand with a grave expression. From Lan Gui's memories, Zhuowen discovered that the group of cultivators who had taken Yin Qiyu and the other 2 away was a young cultivator named Young Master Worryless. This young Master Worryless cultivation was ordinary. It was said that he had just condensed the Void Sky Bridge. However, there were many experts around him. The strongest guard's cultivation had even reached the 3rd step of the Void Sky Bridge. He was quite famous on the God of Lu. Not only that, it was said that the force behind this young Master Worryless was not small. The destination of the God of Lu this time was the Myriad Magnet Sea. The Myriad Magnet Sea was the core of the Far West Land. It was filled with a more terrifying magnetic field than other places. Because the magnetic field was too terrifying and the range was huge, the magnetic fields constantly collided with each other, forming a vast ocean. It looked exceptionally strange. The Myriad Magnet Sea was also an extremely terrifying and dangerous place. There were many types of giant astral beasts here. Powerful space beasts could easily tear apart ordinary void sky cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivators who entered the Myriad Magnet Sea would not only lose their sense of direction, but if they were not careful, the powerful magnetic field would affect the cultivator's soul, causing cultivators whose souls were not strong enough to immediately lose consciousness and be unable to resist. Once this cultivator was discovered by the giant starry sky beast in the Myriad Magnet Sea, he would definitely die without a doubt. Moreover, the Great Brahma region's most famous danger zone, the Waning Moon Crescent, was located in the depths of the Myriad Magnet Sea. If one wanted to enter the Waning Moon Crescent, they had to enter the Myriad Magnet Sea. Therefore, this time, Zhuowen and the others entered the god Lu as a free ride. Within the sea of magnetism, there were countless giant meteorites that were not affected by the magnetic field. The surface area of these meteorites was extremely large. The large ones were no smaller than the star continents in the star field, and the small ones were slightly larger than the average life planets. Due to the existence of these meteorites, there were countless cultivators and rogue cultivators who came to explore the sea of magnetism. Moreover, they formed various forces within the sea of magnetism. Young Master Worryless was the son of the Palace Master of Worryless Palace, a rather famous force in the sea of magnetism. Young Master Worryless' behavior was extremely unrestrained. He was addicted to dual cultivation. Every time he took a liking to a female cultivator, regardless of her background, he would basically kidnap her and forcefully seize her primordialine. Moreover, his dual cultivation was not the kind that benefited both parties, but a one-sided and domineering one. The cultivation and blood essence of the woman who dual cultivated with him would be completely sucked dry by his domineering dual cultivation method. In the end, she would become a lifeless corpse. It could be said that young Master Worryless was an existence even more disgusting than Blue Ghost. Coincidentally, Blue Ghost was young Master Worryless' underling, the so-called errand boy. What a scumbag, Zhuowen muttered, then completely strangled Blue Ghost. Seeing Zhuowen casually kill Blue Ghost, no one in the hall dared to breathe loudly. Brother Run, how about following me to the cabin? Zhuowen's eyes revealed killing intent as he looked at Ren Yangon behind him. Ren Yangon revealed a hesitant expression, but when he recalled the earth-shattering and terrifying deeds that Zhuowen had done in the star field, he also knew that Zhuowen was not simple, so he nodded and agreed. Leading Ren Yangon out of the hall, Zhuowen went straight to the cabin on the upper level. The crowded hall they were in was the lowest level of the God of Lu. It was also the worst place. Usually, it was used to store goods and other miscellaneous items. Very few people lived here. The real cabins were on the upper level, and the higher up, the better the cabins were. Young Master Worryless' cabin was on the deck. It was considered a first-class cabin and the best cabin on the God of Lu. At the staircase, a guard immediately stopped Zhuowen and Ren Yangon. However, after Zhuowen took out the 2 tickets, the guard allowed the 2 of them to board the ship. Brother Zhuo, looking at Blue Ghost, that young Master Worryless should have a great background. How do you plan to save Miss Yin and the rest? Ren Yangon quietly asked through voice transmission. Barge in. Zhuowen spat out a sentence that almost made Ren Yangon vomit blood. This Zhuowen was too bold. He actually dared to be so unscrupulous on the God of Lu. If they barged in, they would definitely break the rules of the God of Lu. At that time, the 5 of them would very likely be abandoned by the God of Lu. Zhuowen also saw Ren Yong'an's hesitation and said, If Brother Ren feels that it's inappropriate, you can choose not to follow me. At this moment, I just want to feel better. Others have already bullied you. If you're a coward, it will only make them worse. Only by displaying your strength and biting back at them will they remember that you are not someone to be trifled with. Next time, they will not mess with you. Chapter 2069. Barging in with the ticket, Zhuowen and Ren Yangon naturally had the right to enter the deck of the God of Lu. Therefore, Zhuowen and Ren Yangon were able to ascend to the deck of the God of Lu without any obstructions. The deck was enveloped in a powerful restrictive array. Through the almost transparent array, one could see the vast starry sky outside the array. Zhuowen silently glanced at the scene on the deck, then withdrew his gaze and walked towards the cabin where young Master Worryless was. Haha, young Master Worryless, it looks like you've gained a lot this time. Did you bring back any good news after returning from the star field? Suddenly, a rough and unruly voice came from outside the deck, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Raising his head, he saw many cultivators standing in front of the railing at the edge of the deck. Among these cultivators, there were 2 people who were the focus of everyone's attention. One of them was a young man with a sickly pale complexion dressed in a light yellow brocade robe. A long sword hung from his waist, and the surface of the scabbard was inlaid with countless sparkling crystals. It was very dazzling. The other person was dressed in a black robe. He was 9 feet tall and as sturdy as a tiger. His skin was dark, and his bearing was extraordinary. The rough and unruly voice just now had come from this black-robed young man. Zhuan knew that the pale-faced young man should be the young Master Worryless he was looking for. However, he did not immediately go up. Since this young Master Worryless was on the deck, Yin Shiyu and the other two should have been brought back to the cabin by this young Master Worryless subordinates. He gave Run Yangon a look, and the two of them entered the deck as if nothing had happened. They blended into the crowd on the deck, and no one noticed anything unusual. Zhuan quietly walked into the crowd surrounding young Master Worryless and heard young Master Worryless' voice. A very interesting rogue cultivator has appeared in the star field this time. It is said that this rogue cultivator has played 8 of the 10 great sect masters in the star field. Oh, a mere loose cultivator can play the 8 sect leaders in circles? Young Master Worryless, are you making things up? The black-robed young man said in disbelief. Young Master Worryless smiled and said, "That's because that loose cultivator has a treasure like the heavenly starry sky essence. Do you think anyone from the 10 great sects can remain calm?" As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar. Heavenly starry sky essence was obviously very attractive to them. The black-robed youth also revealed a strange expression and looked at young Master Worryless, wanting him to continue. Worryless didn't keep them in the star field in the star field. He told them all of the star fields grand interstellar. This independent cultivator called Zhuo 1 is a talent. His strength isn't bad, and his boldness isn't small either. If he's nurtured properly, he'll absolutely become a terrifying and ambitious figure in the future. The black-robed young man laughed loudly. And 2. Speaking of which, I also want to meet Zhuo 1. Unfortunately, my luck is too bad. Speaking of, young Master Worryless sighed. Zhuo sneered. He glanced at Ren Yangon and said, "Brother Ren, you stay here and keep an eye on young Master Worryless. I'm going to check this guy's cabin." After getting Ren Yongon's affirmative answer, Zhuo quietly left the deck. Young Master Worryless' cabin was heaven number 10. Zhuo learned this from Blue Ghost's Divine Soul Memory. Every cabin on the Divine Lu ship was set up with powerful restrictive spells to prevent other cultivators from breaking into the cabin and stealing. Without the key, once the restriction was triggered, it would immediately trigger the alarm. At that time, everyone on the ship would know. Standing in front of heaven number 10, Zhuo's powerful divine sense spread out. After confirming that there was no one around, his eyes fell on the door of heaven number 10. At the same time, more than 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space operated at the same time. His powerful divine sense entered the door without making a sound. Fortunately, Zhuo's level of array Dao was extremely high. While he used his divine sense to explore the door, he also used the all-devouring restriction to hide his aura. This was to prevent the restriction inside the door from detecting his aura and triggering the alarm. After about 2 hours, Zhuo's divine sense finally completely invaded the door. Then, his divine sense turned into a large hand and opened the restriction from inside the door. Quietly opening the door of heaven number 10, Zhuo sneaked in. Then, he frowned and found that the door was filled with the charming smell of rouge and powder. At the same time, a pink mist floated in the room. With a light sniff, Zhuo actually felt a slight heat in his lower abdomen. He knew that this thing was probably an aphrodisiac or something similar. Holding his breath, Zhuo's sharp eyes fell on the corner of the room. There were 3 beautiful figures tied up there. Zhuo did not need to think to know that they were definitely Yin Bingyun, Yin Shiyu, and Hong Shan. Just as Zhuo was about to undo the bindings on the 3 women, Ren Yangon sent him a message. Young Master Worryless has returned to the cabin. Be careful. Zhuo frowned slightly and hurriedly resealed the restriction in front of the door. Then he dove into the wardrobe at the side and circulated the all-devouring formless, completely restraining his aura. The moment Zhuan hid in the wardrobe, the door of heaven number 10 was opened. The pale-faced young master worryless slowly walked in. His eyes carried a lustful light as he looked at the three beauties tied up in the corner of the room. Moreover, their five senses had been blocked. Three beauties, this young master will immediately undo the shielding on your five senses. Young Master Worryless grinned and came to the three women's side. He quickly tapped them, and the three women immediately spoke in clear voices. "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped us here?" In Bingyun was the calmest. She coldly looked at young Master Worryless and asked. Young Master Worryless carefully examined In Bingyun's peerless beauty. In Bingyun's beauty was not inferior to Yunchuyu's. Moreover, In Bingyun had a more mature charm than Yunchuyu. So to men, In Bingyun was more alluring than Yunchuyu. Young Master Worryless gently lifted In Bingyun's delicate chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. "What a seductive little vixen. You're so alluring even when you're angry. This young master can't bear to part with you." In Bingyun wanted to struggle, but it was a pity that young Master Worryless was stronger than her. Moreover, her cultivation had been sealed, so she could not break free from the hand that she loathed. Yin Chuyu and Hong Shan also glared at him. Although they did not know what young Master Worryless was trying to do, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Young Master Worryless stood up and silently sized up the three women in front of him. In the end, he pulled Hong Shan out and said with a smile, "Little beauty, let's start with you. If we play with the best from the start, we might end up with a fly in the ointment." As he spoke, young Master Worryless let out a lewd laugh. His hand unceremoniously reached into Hong Shan's lapel. Hong Shan's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger. Just as young Master Worryless was about to succeed, a purple light suddenly shot out. It was extremely fast and pierced towards young Master Worryless' back. Young Master Worryless' right hand suddenly exerted force and forcefully pulled Hong Shan to his chest. He abruptly turned around and used Hong Shan as a shield. The purple light was extremely fast, but when it realized that young Master Worryless was using Hong Shan as a shield, it immediately changed direction and landed beside Hong Shan's feet. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the ground beside young Master Worryless' feet shattered and cracked. The purple light exploded and looked extremely strange. Young Master Worryless grabbed onto Hong Shan and hastily retreated to the corner of the room. He coldly stared at the youth who suddenly appeared in the room and said, "Who exactly are you?" Zhuowen looked at young Master Worryless in astonishment. His timing was very accurate, but this young Master Worryless still managed to dodge his sneak attack. It was obvious that young Master Worryless had discovered him in advance. However, his previous series of actions were merely a show in front of him. "How did you see through it?" Zhuowen put away his purple sword and asked indifferently. Young Master Worryless sneered and said, "This room is filled with this red mist. It is an aphrodisiac that this young master personally concocted. This young master has left his divine sense imprint in it. The moment someone enters this young master's room, this young master will immediately know. Speaking of which, this young master really admires you. You didn't even need a key, and you were actually able to enter this room. It seems like your array Dao standard is pretty good." Zhuowen neither agreed nor disagreed. He slowly walked towards young Master Worryless and said indifferently, "Now, you only have one choice, and that is to immediately release these three women. Only then will you have a chance to live." Young Master Worryless narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly, saying, "Are you crazy? Who exactly is strong and who is weak now? Don't tell me you can't tell?" After young Master Worryless finished speaking, three figures with powerful auras rushed in from outside heaven number 10. These three people's divine senses were firmly locked onto Zhuowen. As long as Zhuowen dared to move, these three people would definitely attack without mercy. Zhuowen glanced at the three people indifferently. These three cultivators weren't weak. Two of them had a cultivation of 2 steps in the void sky realm, while the other old man had a cultivation of 3 steps in the void sky realm. This kind of lineup was enough to capture a 3-step void sky expert. Zhuowen's aura was only 1 step in the void sky realm, so it was no wonder that young Master Worryless was so confident. Now, do you still dare to say those big words from before? Young Master Worryless looked at the youth in front of him with ridicule and said. Zhuowen nodded. He still looked at young Master Worryless indifferently and said, I said, you only have one choice, and that is to immediately release these 3 women. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The ridicule on young Master Worryless' face disappeared. He licked his lips and said coldly, It seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You guys go and kill this brat. This young master will reward you handsomely. Boom. Chapter 2070. The Sinister Human Heart Bang. 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 In an instant, Zhuowen was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 cultivators. It was unknown if it was intentional, but after young Master Worryless ordered the 3 cultivators to enter, he closed the door again, as if he didn't want the other cultivators on the Divine Continent to know. Young Master Wu Yu's mouth was filled with a sneer as he looked at Zhuowen, who was retreating step by step under the joint attack of the 3 cultivators. Your strength is not bad to actually be able to resist the joint attack of the 3 of them. However, how long can you last? Before young Master Worryless could finish his words, the cabinet beside him suddenly shattered, and a black shadow rushed out, heading straight for the complacent young Master Worryless. Bang! The black shadow was too fast, and before young Master Worryless could react, he was sent flying and smashed into the wall. You, young Master Worryless roared, and the jade pendant on his waist emitted a terrifying light, forming a thick wall of light in front of him. The black shadow was silent, and with a step, it arrived in front of young Master Worryless. His right hand grabbed at the air, and terrifying pitch-black lightning condensed into a pitch-black longsword in his palm. Bang! 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 The pitch-black longsword slashed out hundreds of times in an instant, and the light wall on the surface of young Master Worryless shattered. Young Master Worryless spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The black shadow stretched out his right hand, and the black lightning extended out like a chain, instantly binding young Master Worryless' neck and lifting him up. Young Master Worryless wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the black shadow was much stronger than him, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. The 3 cultivators who were fighting Zhuowen immediately noticed the abnormality on young Master Worryless' side, and they were startled, turning their heads to look. The eyes of Zhuowen, who'd been suppressed since the beginning, emitted a dazzling bright light. He flicked his sleeve and withdrew 48 golden devil swords. They crisscrossed through the air and formed layers of overlapping vortexes of killing intent that swept towards the 3 people who were in a daze. The 3 of them didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly exert his strength, and their attention was completely attracted by young Master Worryless. For a moment, they didn't react and were directly hit by the killing intent vortexes. Pucci! 2 of the cultivators who reached the second step of the illusory sky instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Even the illusory sky bridge was shattered into pieces. They were deader than dead. The other cultivator was seriously injured. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the wall. His expression was dispirited, and he continued to twitch. Young Master Worryless was scared silly. Looking at the young man who had defeated his 3 personal guards in an instant, his heart was filled with fear. With young Master Wu Yu's intelligence, how could he not know that Zhuowen had intentionally concealed his strength in order to numb them? As for the unfamiliar cultivator shrouded in demonic mist, he was definitely an accomplice of the young man in front of him. He had actually not noticed this before. This time, he had really miscalculated. Zhuowen came to the side of the wall and stabbed the glorious amethyst galaxy sword into the cultivator's forehead, destroying his soul. At the same time, Sharp sword chi circulated around the cultivator's body, destroying the illusory, heavenly bridge in his body. I said before that you only had one choice. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhuan arrived in front of young, noble Worryless and nodded to the black-robed Zhuan. Zhuan clenched his right hand, and an extreme lightning sword pierced through young, noble Worryless' body. The terrifying extreme lightning energy spread throughout young, noble Worryless' body, instantly turning him into dust. After dealing with the corpses in the room, Zhuan released the shackles on Yin Bingyun, Yun Qiyu, and the three women. Zhuan, I owe you another life, Yin Bingyun said with a slightly ashamed expression. Zhuan waved his hand and said, if I hadn't been purposely sent away by Captain Liu, you wouldn't have been captured. The responsibility is mine. Although Yin Bingyun and the other two still wanted to say something, they were stopped by Zhuan. Zhuan said, from now on, we'll cultivate in this cabin. Also, I'll call Brother Ren over later. For the time being, no one knew about young Master Wu Yu's death. Moreover, this Heaven Number 10 cabin was extremely large. There were 4 to 5 bedrooms inside, enough to accommodate 5 people. Moreover, the red mist that young Master Wu Yu had arranged in the room had been completely devoured by Zhuan with his devouring power. The 3 women who were originally under the influence of the aphrodisiac had used their divine power to completely expel it. Not long after, Ren Yangan, who had been notified by Zhuan, quietly arrived at the door of Heaven Number 10. He appeared extremely nervous and cautious. When the door opened, Ren Yangan jumped in fright. Seeing that it was Zhuan, he hurriedly went into the cabin. Brother Zhua, did you get rid of young Master Wu Yu and the others? Ren Yangan asked with trepidation. Zhuan nodded and said with a smile, from now on, we'll cultivate in young Master Wu Yu's cabin until we reach the myriad magnet sea. But, Brother Zhua, didn't you buy 5 tickets? Aren't you going to use them? Ren Yangan asked in astonishment. However, Zhuan sneered and said, Brother Ren, do you really think that Captain Liu is kind? It's not a coincidence that Captain Liu called me out. It's deliberate. Ren Yong'an's pupil shrank. He said in a deep voice, Brother Zhe, you mean, won't we know what Captain Liu's intentions are once we go to that cabin? Zhuan sneered. The God Liu cabin was divided into 4 levels, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The Heaven cabin was the highest level and was located on the deck of the God Liu cabin. The Yellow cabin was the lowest level and was located on the lowest level. It was only 1 level higher than the pile of junk that Zhuan was in. At this moment, Captain Liu, who was dressed in black armor, was leading a group of soldiers to the front of the Yellow cabin. Finally, they arrived at the 5th cabin, which was the most secluded cabin. Open these 5 cabins and kill everyone in them, Captain Liu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, the group of soldiers shouted in unison. Soon after, they opened the 5 cabin doors one after another. Without even looking inside, they bombarded the inside with divine abilities and divine artifacts without any warning. After a while, when there was no movement inside, the soldiers divided into 5 squads and entered the 5 cabins with extreme vigilance. Not long after, the 5 squads came out again and reported, Captain, there's no one in the 5 cabins. Captain Liu narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of astonishment. He knew that 3 of the female cultivators in Zhuan's group were taken away by young Master Wu Yu's men. After Zhuan got the tickets, even if he found out that the 3 female cultivators were captured by young Master Wu Yu, after hearing of young Master Wu Yu's reputation, he shouldn't act rashly. Instead, he should return to the cabin to cultivate in seclusion. However, there was not a single person in the 5 cabins. This naturally caused Captain Liu to be exceptionally surprised. The reason why he wanted to kill Zhuan was naturally because of the fire spirit sap on Zhuan's body. Since Zhuan could take out several bottles of fire spirit sap without a frown, it meant that he had a lot of fire spirit sap on him. Now, that Captain Liu was at the juncture of a breakthrough, how could the few bottles of fire spirit sap that Zhuan gave him be enough? Therefore, he planned to silence him and take all of Zhuan's fire spirit sap for himself. Not far from the isle, there was a shadow. Zhuan and Rin Yangon silently watched everything. That bastard is trying to kill us all. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Zhua. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how he died. Rin Yangon cursed in a low voice with lingering fear. Zhuan's gaze was extremely cold. He said to Rin Yangon, "Brother Rin, you go back to the cabin first." "What about you?" Rin Yangon looked at Zhuan in surprise. "I'll go back later. You go back first," Zhuan said with a smile. Rin Yangon nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He quietly left. At this moment, Captain Lu frowned. The soldiers around him were waiting for his orders. "Clean up these 5 cabins and monitor them at all times. If someone enters these cabins with a ticket, inform me immediately. Do you understand?" Captain Lu ordered the soldiers around him again and left the place. He walked straight in the direction of Zhuan. Zhuan secretly lay dormant. His huge divine sense covered the surface of his body. At the same time, he operated all life formless to the extreme. Captain Lu didn't notice that Zhuan was hiding in the dark at all. He walked over as if nothing had happened. The moment Captain Lu walked to the dark place where Zhuan was, Zhuan immediately activated the soul-absorbing divine needle. At the same time, he detonated the 100 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space, boosting his divine sense to an extremely terrifying level. The soul-absorbing divine needle turned into a blazing golden light. With a whoosh, it entered the depths of Captain Lu's forehead. Then, a powerful and terrifying strangling force completely destroyed Captain Lu's divine soul. Zhuan's huge divine sense turned into an invisible hand that entered Captain Lu's body and crushed his illusory heavenly bridge. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The soldiers behind only saw Captain Lu suddenly fall to the ground when he walked to the dark place. After killing Captain Lu, Zhuan quietly left the place. If Captain Lu hadn't been so ruthless, Zhuan might not have killed him. Unfortunately, Captain Lu was too greedy. First, he sent Zhuan away and let young Master Worryless kidnap Yin Shiyu and the other 2 girls. Now, he coveted more of the fire spirit juice on him and wanted to take his life. In that case, he couldn't blame Zhuan for being merciless. What happened to Captain Lu? The soldiers at the back felt that something was wrong. They rushed forward and stopped beside Captain Lu. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They found that Captain Lu's aura was completely gone. It was as if he was dead. "Captain Lu is dead. What should we do?" The soldiers began to panic. "Report to the captain immediately. Captain Lu is the captain's younger brother. This time, Captain Lu is dead. I'm afraid the captain." Thinking of the infamous captain, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but shiver. However, they didn't dare to not report it. If they hid the truth, they would die very miserably. Chapter 2071. Second Ascension of the Illusory Sky. What was different from the situation outside the cabin was that the cabin of Heaven Number 10 was as calm as water. In the room, Zhuan casually set up a thick seal wall at the door. Then, he sized up the spoils of war that he had plundered. Zhuan moved most of the resources into Devour's inner world. He was going to use the resources to assist the cultivators of Heavenly Armor Star and Ziwei Galaxy in their cultivation. At the same time, he moved the Scarlet Cloud celestial soil herb field that he had dug out from Netherworld Hall to Heavenly Armor Star. The divine herbs in it were almost inexhaustible. It would bring unimaginable benefits to the cultivators of Heavenly Armor Star. After dealing with the Scarlet Cloud celestial soil herb field and other resources, Zhuan carefully took out the Ice Lotus that he had obtained from the 3rd level of Netherworld Hall. Zhuan was sure that there was something unusual about the Ice Lotus that Yu Wuxi had carefully preserved on the 3rd level of Netherworld Hall. The surface of the Ice Lotus was still covered with the Thunder Fire Sword's lightning and fire energy. However, the Ice Lotus gave off a cold air that was too thick and terrifying. The lightning and fire energy gradually weakened and even showed signs of being frozen. Zhuo increased his eyebrows. Back then, he had come into contact with the ice lotus. Hence, he knew how terrifying the cold air that the ice lotus gave off was. Once the lightning and fire energy was broken by the ice lotus, the terrifying cold air would definitely freeze the entire cabin. The thunder fire sword floated next to Zhuo. Xiao He sat cross-legged on the sword's hilt and said lazily, "If you want to restrain the ice lotus, I'm afraid you'll need a powerful extreme fire energy. This thing is quite beneficial for you to pass through the fire." Extreme fire energy? Zhuo's eyes twinkled, and he immediately thought of Yin Bingyun. Yin Bingyun had passed through the 19th fire and was only one step away from becoming real god extreme fire. The extreme fire energy in Yin Bingyun's body should be able to restrain the terrifying cold air of the ice lotus. With that thought, Zhuo invited Yin Bingyun over. When Yin Bingyun saw the ice lotus floating in Zhuo's room, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she naturally felt the terrifying cold air of the ice lotus. However, Yin Bingyun was smart. She didn't ask much, but followed Zhuo's instructions. She poured all her extreme fire energy into the ice lotus and merged it with the lightning and fire energy within the ice lotus. The thunder fire energy, which had been gradually extinguishing, gradually expanded and finally completely suppressed the cold energy of the ice lotus. Sect Master Yin Bingyun, Zhuo and Yang as he cupped his hands in and cupped his hands. Yin Bingyun 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 Yin Yang Yang. Is Yin 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 Yu? Yu Yin 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 is Dragon Yang Studio? Is Yin Studio Yang Studio Yin 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 Yang Xin Yin Studio Yin Studio. Studio Yang Studio. I won't disturb you any longer. Yin Bingyun smiled and left Zhuo Wen's room. After Yin Bingyun left, Zhuo and Yang Studio sat cross-legged in his room and prepared to cultivate. Since Dark Fantasy Sect had taken so many resources from him, it would be a waste if he didn't use them for cultivation. 1 month later, Zhuo and Yang Studio opened his eyes, and there was a huge illusory heavenly bridge behind him. The illusory heavenly bridge was overflowing with purple light. There were a total of 9 steps. The first step was bright, while the other 8 steps were dim. Phew, let's try to step onto the second step. Zhuo and Yang Studio fixed his gaze on the dim second step. He knew that once he stepped onto the second step, the dim step would shine with dazzling light. His realm would also advance to the illusory heavenly second step smoothly. However, each step on the illusory heavenly bridge was harder than the previous one. The pressure was also scarier than the previous one. Although Zhuo and Yang Studio had consumed all the resources he had taken from Dark Fantasy Sect in the past month, he still didn't have enough confidence to completely step onto the second step. However, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhuo and Yang Studio landed on the illusory heavenly bridge. Then, he stomped his right foot and stepped onto the second step. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion resounded from the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge. Subsequently, an earth-shattering pressure pressed down on Zhuo. Zhuo and Yang Studio snorted coldly and stood firm against the terrifying pressure. At the same time, the more than 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space began to operate at full speed. To Zhuo and Yang Studio's surprise, he stepped onto the second step without any pressure. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dim step lit up rapidly. The surface of the illusory heavenly bridge became more solid, and its aura became more vast. Zhuo and Yang Studio's essence, qi, and spirit were raised to another level. Zhuo and Yang Studio knew that he had completely advanced to the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge. His strength had increased by more than a few times. I wonder if I can also step onto the third step of the illusory heavenly bridge? Zhuo looked at the dim third step with a burning gaze. After thinking for a long time, he finally took a step forward and directly stepped onto the third step. Rumble! Suddenly, a muffled, thunderous sound exploded in Zhuo and Yang Studio's ears. Then, a pressure like the might of the heavens surged over like a tide. Zhou and Yang Studio was caught off guard and was hit head-on. With a muffled groan, he fell off the illusory heavenly bridge. After stabilizing his body, Zhou and Yang's Studio smiled bitterly. It seems I was too greedy. Advancing to the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge is already the limit. How can I advance to the third step of the illusory heavenly bridge in a row? Suddenly, Zhou and Yang Studio's gaze changed slightly. He put away the illusory heavenly bridge, walked out of the room, and came to the door. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yin Qiyu, Yin Bingyun, and the others heard the noise and walked out one after another. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere became heavy. Who is it? Zhou and Yang Studio asked coldly. Brother Wu Yu, it's me. Fang Zhen, open the door. Let's go to the deck and take a stroll. I don't know what's wrong with the captain of the Divine Continent these days, but he's suddenly put up such heavy security and forbade the passengers from casually coming out. A rough voice came from outside the door. Zhou and Yang Studio recognized this voice. Wasn't it the black-robed young man who was talking loudly with young Master Wu Yu on the deck? At that time, from the way young Master Wu Yu and the black-robed young man stood, the black-robed young man's background was probably not inferior to young Master Wu Yu's. All right, I'll open the door for you right away, Zhou and Yang Studio said, then indicated for Yin Qiyu, Yin Bingyun, and the others to hide. Afterward, he took out the mask god tool he obtained from the Hongyan Trading Company and put on his face. Then, he used all life formless to change his appearance to young Master Wu Yu's. After opening the door, the black-robed young man sized up Zhou and Yang Studio, then looked inside the cabin and said, You took so long to open the door. Are you hiding a mistress inside? Do you want me to catch her for you? Zhou and Yang Studio frowned slightly. He knew that he must have aroused the black-robed young man's suspicion. Hee, you also know my nature. You were right when you said that I was keeping a mistress in a golden house. Zhou and Yang Studio smiled, then transmitted his voice to Yin Bingyun and the others, telling them to come out. At this moment, Zhou and Yang Studio was calmer than anyone else. If the black-robed young man before him was really suspicious and wanted to check the cabin, Zhou and Yang Studio had no way to stop him. He could only use this method to evade him. After all, on this god Lu, the cultivators who knew Yin Qiyu and the others were basically all dead, so he was not afraid of being recognized. Of course, even if they recognized him, Zhou and Yang Studio was not afraid. These three women were originally kidnapped by young Master Wu Yu's men. Now that they appeared by young Master Wu Yu's side, wasn't it very normal? TSK, TSK. Sure enough, young Master Wu Yu knows how to enjoy life. You've hidden three beauties all of a sudden. It's really not simple. The black-robed young man, Fang Zhen, gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Let's go. Let's go to the deck and take a look. Also, what do you think happened to the god Lu recently? Could it be that something happened? Zhou and Yang Studio closed the cabin door, then walked to the deck side by side with Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen said with a gloomy expression, I heard that the captain's younger brother died, so the captain is now turning the entire god Lu upside down to find the murderer. However, the results are minimal. Moreover, the captain is even crazier. He actually broke into every cabin and searched carefully in order to find the murderer who killed his younger brother. Zhou and Yang Studio silently followed behind Fang Zhen, but his heart was filled with astonishment. He knew that Captain Lu, who he had killed, should be the captain's younger brother that Fang Zhen was talking about. He did not expect that Captain Lu's position was not high, but his background was so great. What Zhou and Yang Studio did not know was that Captain Lu's previous position was extremely high, above many of the cultivators on the god Lu. However, Captain Lu had angered everyone and was impeached by many cultivators on the god Lu. Under the pressure, the captain could only demote Captain Lu's position to captain. After the matter died down, he would promote Captain Lu again. However, now that Captain Lu had been killed by Zhou and Yang Studio, the captain was completely enraged. Even if he had to pay a huge price, the captain swore that he would find the culprit. Since the captain is searching the cabin, why isn't there any movement from my heaven number 10? Zhuan asked in surprise. Fang Zhen smiled and said, "The cultivators who are able to stay in the sky cabin are all people of high status. The captain doesn't dare to search the sky cabin at will. Otherwise, he would offend too many people, and it wouldn't be good for him." Hearing this, Zhuan's heart relaxed slightly. What he was most afraid of was that the captain would search heaven number 10. Once they searched, Rin Yanggan would definitely be exposed. At that time, he would also become the target of public criticism. This was not the result he wanted. Now, he only wanted to safely ride the god Lu to the myriad magnetic sea. The two of them arrived at the deck. At this moment, there were quite a number of cultivators gathered on the deck. The numerous cultivators that came forward all greeted Zhuan and Fang Zhen warmly. Zhuan Yang's studio naturally knew that these people were not greeting him, but the young Master Zhuan that he was impersonating. Standing on the deck and looking at the vast starry sky outside, Zhuan and Fang Zhen quietly chatted. Chapter 2072. Doubt from Fang Zhen. Zhuan knew that the carefree palace behind young Master Worryless was a slightly famous force in the myriad magnet sea. It had many experts and abundant resources. As for Fang Zhen, he was the young master of a force called the Xiantian Valley. His father was the master of the Xiantian Valley and possessed monstrous authority. He was in the limelight in the Xiantian Valley. Fang Zhen and young Master Worryless were birds of feather. Although they hadn't known each other for long on the god Lu, their relationship wasn't bad. It just so happened that the carefree palace and the Xiantian Valley were on par. The two of them quickly became good friends and often hung out together. Zhuan also found out from Fang Zhen that the captain of the god Lu was called Lu Wuqi. He was an itinerant cultivator, but his talent was extraordinarily high and he had many fortuitous encounters. His cultivation had reached the 6th level void sky. After struggling in the myriad magnet sea for thousands of years, he finally established his own flying ship and force. His reputation in the myriad magnet sea wasn't small. There were many flying ship forces in the myriad magnet sea, but this god Lu was sufficient to be ranked in the top 20 among the numerous flying ships in the myriad magnet sea. It could be seen that this Lu Wuqi was extraordinary. Zhuan wasn't afraid of the 6th level void sky. Even if Lu Wuqi discovered that it was he, Zhuan, who killed his younger brother, Zhuan wouldn't panic in the slightest. But the purpose of Zhuan's trip this time wasn't to kill, but to head to the myriad magnet sea and enter the waning phases. He naturally didn't want any unforeseen events to occur on the god Lu. In this unfamiliar land of the far west, Zhuan could only rely on the god Lu to reach the myriad magnet sea. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch. Thump! Thump! All of a sudden, hurried footsteps sounded like steel hitting the ground, resounding throughout the entire deck. Subsequently, at the end of the deck, a group of over 20 black-armored soldiers walked over quickly, causing many cultivators on the deck to frown. The deck was within the scope of the heaven cabin, and the soldiers of the god Lu rarely came up with such great fanfare. After all, most of the people in the heaven cabin were existences with powerful backgrounds. Lu Wuqi never dared to act rashly. But now this group of soldiers had come in so brazenly. It would be strange if the other cultivators were comfortable. The leader of the group was clad in black scale armor. He led the soldiers towards young Master Worryless and Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen, who was originally conversing with young Master Worryless, frowned slightly. He stared coldly at the soldiers and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The leader bowed politely and said, "This lowly one, Guiyang, greets the two sirs. I'm very sorry to disturb the two sirs this time, but this lowly one is under Captain Lu's orders to take these 3 women away. I hope that young Master Worryless can give Captain Lu some face." After saying that, the leader turned his head and bowed deeply to Zhuan. His expression was full of respect, and he did not dare to show any neglect. On the other hand, Yun Qiyu, Yin Bingyun, and Hong Shan, who were standing behind Zhuan, had pale faces. So that's how it is. In any case, They are used shoes that Brother Worryless is tired of playing with. Naturally, giving them to Captain Liu is no problem, Fang Zhen said indifferently. Fang Zhen knew young Master Worryless' nature. Although he was lustful, he was extremely cold, especially towards the women he had played with. He would either use his domineering dual cultivation method to suck their blood essence and cultivation dry, play them to death, or give them away casually. It could be said that in young Master Worryless' eyes, women were like livestock. They were completely useless. If he could throw them away, he would throw them away. If he could kill them, he would kill them. Therefore, Fang Zhen did not mind and treated it as giving Lu Wuqi some face. The leader's eyes were filled with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a terrifying palm wind suddenly whistled over and heavily slammed into his chest. Pucci! The leader suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless as he heavily smashed into the ground. He was on his last breath. You actually dare to ask for the women that this young master has taken a fancy to in front of me. Are you looking down on this young master? Zhuan looked down at the leader and said indifferently. The originally clamorous deck instantly became extremely silent. Many cultivators looked at young Master Worryless while discussing animatedly. Obviously, they did not expect that young Master Worryless would suddenly make a move and heavily injure the leader. This was obviously not giving Lu Wuqi any face. Fang Zhen opened his mouth, but did not speak. He frowned slightly. Just now, when Zhuan made a move, he noticed that the latter's aura was actually much stronger than his. Zhuan had probably already attained the second step of the illusory sky realm. But Fang Zhen remembered that young Master Worryless cultivation was not high a month ago. He had merely condensed the illusory sky bridge not long ago. It had only been a month since they last met, yet young Master Worryless had already attained the second step of the illusory sky bridge. His speed of advancement was really too fast. After the leader was defeated, the soldiers behind him drew their weapons and looked coldly at Zhuan. What? You still want to make a move against this young master? Your divine continent is really something. Are you relying on this young master's presence on your flying ship to silence me? Zhuan said fearlessly. Since young Master Worryless' identity was not ordinary, he naturally would not make good use of it. Stop! Let's go! The leader struggled to get up and shouted at the surrounding soldiers. Shortly after, he knelt on one knee and said while panting, Young Master Worryless, this lowly one was rude just now. I hope that young Master Worryless will not take offense. Scram! If this young master fancies a woman, I would rather kill and throw her away than give her to you. If you want this young master to give her away, then what is this young master? Am I a subordinate of your divine continent? Zhuan said indifferently. Once these words came out, the surrounding cultivators all nodded. Zhuan's words were in line with Zhuan's current identity as young Master Worryless. Young Master Worryless' identity was honorable, and the Worryless Palace behind him was not small. Although the Palace Lord was also a cultivator at the sixth step of the illusory sky bridge, his strength was only stronger than Lu Wuqi's. Moreover, the divine continent only had Lu Wuqi, a sixth-step illusory sky bridge expert, while the Worryless Palace had 4 such experts. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. After the leader left, Fang Zhen carefully sized up Zhuan in front of him and said with a smile, Worryless, you brat, you hid it from me for quite a long time. I originally thought that your cultivation was about the same as mine, but I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Your cultivation reached the second step of the illusory sky bridge so quickly. You really make me envious. Zhuan smiled and said, Brother Fang, you've misunderstood. You should know that I'm cultivating a dual cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is different from yours. It requires dual cultivation in order to rapidly increase my cultivation. As he said that, Zhuan pointed at Yin Bingyun and the other 2 behind him and said with a lewd smile, These 3 are of the highest quality. In this 1 month, it was because of these 3 that my dual cultivation reached the large success stage. Why do you think my cultivation increased so quickly? Fang Zhen looked at Yin Bingyun and the other two in surprise. He believed Zhuan's words a little. Fang Zhen naturally knew that young Master Worryless cultivated a dual cultivation technique. However, he didn't expect that his cultivation would increase so quickly after encountering a top-quality cultivation furnace. On the other hand, Yin Bingyun and the other two's faces were flushed red, even to their ears. They cursed Zhuan's shamelessness in their hearts. After hearing Zhuan's words, the doubts in Fang Zhen's heart were immediately dispelled. He laughed heartily and said, "As expected of Worryless, I really envy you for being able to find such top-quality cultivation furnaces." As he said that, Fang Zhen's eyes revealed a look of envy. When he heard that the three of them were of the highest quality, he originally wanted to ask Zhuan for one or two to play with. However, when he thought of the fate of the captain of the Divine Continent, he gave up on that idea. Zhuan chatted with Fang Zhen for a while more before bidding farewell and returning to the cabin. On the other hand, Fang Zhen gave Zhuan an ambiguous expression and didn't ask Zhuan to stay. Zhuan led the three women through the crowd. At the entrance, he stopped because someone was blocking his path. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his right eye. His body was filled with a soul-shaking, ferocious aura, like a trapped beast that had just been released from its cage. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at this person. Judging from this person's aura, he knew that this person was an expert at the sixth step of the Void Sky Realm. On the Divine Continent, there weren't many people with a cultivation base at the sixth step of the Void Sky Realm. Who else could it be but the captain of the Divine Continent, Lu Wuqi? "What's the matter?" Zhuan asked indifferently. Lu Wuqi didn't say anything. He only glanced at Zhuan before looking coldly at the three women behind Zhuan. He grinned and said, "It's nothing. This king just has some questions to ask the three women behind young master. I wonder if young master will give me face." At this moment, the deck was completely silent. Many cultivators were quietly watching this scene. Even Fang Zhen looked over, but he didn't walk over. He wanted to see how Zhuan would deal with Lu Wuqi. Although Fang Zhen knew that young Master Carefree had brought experts with him, he didn't think that Carefree Palace would send out their strongest experts. At most, they would send some experts at the third step of the Void Sky Realm. However, such experts weren't worth mentioning in front of Lu Wuqi. They were like ants. Zhuan smiled faintly and said, "These three are this young master's women. Can Captain Lu give me face and not ask any questions?" Lu Wuqi's expression stiffened and his eyes turned cold. Everyone on the deck was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. No one expected that young Master Carefree wouldn't give Lu Wuqi any face when he personally came out. This was too much of character. "Then what if I insist?" Lu Wuqi suddenly laughed. Soon after, a terrifying aura erupted like a vast mountain, completely suppressing Zhuo Wen's body. Yin Qiyu and the other two women's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled, and they almost knelt on the ground. However, this pressure left as quickly as it came. A terrifying divine sense swept out from between Zhuan's brows and turned into a thick barrier around him, firmly blocking this terrifying pressure. "What? Does Captain Lu want to use force? It looks like you don't put the Carefree Palace behind this young master in your eyes at all." Zhuan sneered. Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. Seeing that Zhuan wasn't affected in the slightest, he withdrew his pressure. Chapter 2073. Myriad Magnets C. Young Master Worryless, I don't intend to do anything to your women. I just want to ask you a few questions, Lu Wuqi said calmly. Zhuan's eyes flickered as he replied indifferently. "If you want to ask questions, you should have said so earlier. Previously, you even sent someone over to take away my women so arrogantly. Do you really think that you can take away my belongings just like that?" Lu Wuqi nodded and clapped his hands. A cultivator who was tied up was thrown at Lu Wuqi's feet. Zhuan looked over. Wasn't that the cultivator in black armor who wanted to take the women away from him earlier on? However, at this moment, the black-armored cultivator's eyes were filled with terror. He quickly kowtowed to Zhuowen and begged for mercy. "Young Master Worryless, please spare my life. This lowly one did not mean to offend you. Please forgive this lowly one. I will kowtow to you." After saying that, the black-armored cultivator kowtowed to Zhuowen, causing his forehead to bleed. Suddenly, the black-armored cultivator's movements stiffened. A pitch-black spear pierced through his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The black spear spun, and the cultivator in black armor spat out a mouthful of blood before exploding into a blood mist. Zhuowen waved his sleeves and blocked the splattering blood as he looked indifferently at Lu Wuqi, who was standing in front of him with a spear. Lu Wuqi smiled. "This person didn't know the rules and actually offended you, young Master Worryless. Now that I've killed him, I wonder if you've vented your anger?" "It's all right," Zhuowen replied indifferently. Lu Wuqi's smile deepened. "Then about what happened earlier on, young Master Worryless, what do you think? Go ahead and ask, but you must know that these 3 women are very important cultivation furnaces for this young master. If anything happens to them, I don't mind reporting this matter back to Carefree Palace, saying that your god Lu is looking down on our Carefree Palace," Zhuowen said indifferently. Lu Wuqi frowned slightly and could only smile politely. "Young master, don't worry. Who would dare to touch your things? I'm just asking a question." Zhuowen nodded and no longer spoke. Lu Wuqi looked at Yin Chuyu and the other 2 and asked, "The 3 of you are very lucky to have young Master Worryless backing you up, so I will not do anything to you. However, I have a question for you now, and I hope you can answer it properly." As he spoke, Lu Wuqi didn't wait for the 3 women to answer and continued. "I heard from others that you have 2 companions who entered the god Lu with you. Where are the other 2? Who would have thought that the 3 women would be at a loss?" They shook their heads and said, "After we followed young master, we don't know their whereabouts. As for where they are, we don't know either." Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. He glanced at young Master Worryless by the side and nodded. "Since that's the case, then this Lu will be rude." As he spoke, Lu Wuqi led his subordinates and quickly left the deck. Zhuowen looked at Lu Wuqi's departing figure and frowned slightly. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Lu Wuqi's younger brother was dead, so how could he let the matter go so easily? Moreover, Zhuowen felt that Lu Wuqi was beginning to suspect him. Inside the dimly lit flying ship, Lu Wuqi sat quietly with a cold gaze. Behind him stood 2 people. Their auras were like dragons and were exceptionally terrifying. "My lord, there's something wrong with young Master Worryless. Before young master died, he came into contact with young Master Worryless. If it weren't for young Master Worryless wouldn't have captured those 3 female cultivators so easily," one of them said in a deep voice. "Do you want us to kill him in secret? After all, we haven't reached the infinite magnetic sea yet," the other person said with a murderous aura. Lu Wuqi snorted coldly and said, "Do the 2 of you want the god Lu to be finished? If we kill young Master Worryless on the flying ship, wouldn't it be telling Carefree Palace that we killed him? Although young Master Worryless is suspicious, it's not enough to kill him. Let's observe him for a while first." In the following period of time, Zhuowen spent almost all his time cultivating in the cabin. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll or chat with Fangzhen. With the many resources of the Mystic Mirage sect on him, coupled with his almost extravagant consumption of resources, Zhuowen's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he stabilized the 2nd step of the illusory sky realm. The flying ship flew in the starry sky for a full 3 years before arriving at the infinite magnetic sea. Although the infinite magnetic sea wasn't very far, the extreme west was filled with powerful magnetic fields. Although the flying ship had the ability to distinguish directions, it still needed time. Therefore, the flying ship flew and stopped during the flight, mainly to confirm the direction. It was because of this reason that the flying ship took 3 years to arrive at the infinite magnetic sea. In 3 years, Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the 2nd step of the illusory sky realm. Ever since coming out of the Tower of Hanno, Zhuowen could clearly feel that his cultivation speed was faster than before. After all, it hadn't been long since he reached the 1st step of the Void Sky realm, but he had already reached the second step of the Void Sky realm. Now, only 3 years had passed, and he was only one step away from the third step. From this, it could be seen that the Tower of Hanner had indeed transformed Zhuowen, but Zhuowen did not notice it. After all, this change was subtle and not so obvious. After leaving God Lu, Zhuowen planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the third level of the virtual sky before going out to enter the waning moons. After all, the yin, yang, waxing, and K formation were not a good place to be. Naturally, he had to be fully prepared. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuowen had already broken through to true god of 2 disasters. Due to the large amount of disaster crystals on him, the black-clothed Zhuowen could already survive the fire. However, it wasn't suitable on the Lu god, so Zhuowen had been suppressing it. This caused the black-clothed Zhuowen to accumulate more and more fires. He had already accumulated 5 fires. For the black-clothed Zhuowen, the 5 fires occurring at the same time was quite a challenge. However, Zhuowen wasn't worried. The ice lotus that he had obtained from Yu Wuxi was chilly. With that item, Zhuowen wasn't afraid of fire. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that once he became real god of extreme fire, he wouldn't be afraid of the chilly air that the ice lotus emitted. By then, he would be able to study the use of the ice lotus. We have arrived at Dubby City in the Magneto Sea. This is the final stop. All passengers may disembark. A solemn voice could be heard from every cabin, and it reverberated in everyone's ears. "We should go," Zhuowen said, and left the cabin with the 3 ladies. As for Ren Yangon, he was kept in the spiritual ring by Zhuowen. As for whether Ren Yangon would stay or go, Zhuowen planned to ask him after they disembarked from the spaceship. Then, the Lu god stopped at Dubby City. It was a famous big city in the Magneto Sea. There were countless spaceships, and there were many spaceships that left the westernmost land. As long as Ren Yangon bought a ticket, he could leave the westernmost land and return to the star area. Of course, apart from spaceships, there was also an ancient teleportation formation. However, it was unknown if the teleportation formation in the star area had been unsealed. If it had been unsealed, Ren Yangon could definitely use the teleportation formation to return to the star area. Wu Yu, Dubby City isn't far from Xiantian Valley. Do you want to go to Xiantian Valley? After leaving the cabin, Feng Zhen asked Zhuowen enthusiastically. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Brother Feng, I am in a hurry to return. Hence, I won't be going. I will visit again next time when I have time." Seeing that Zhuowen had rejected him, Feng Zhen looked disappointed and said, "If that's the case, it's fine. You must visit me next time. I will definitely treat you well." "No problem," Zhuowen said and took the lead to get off the Lu god, disappearing into the crowd. However, after Zhuowen got off the ship, 2 figures followed him silently. Most cultivators did not notice them at all. Zhuowen had a map of Dubby City, so he would not get lost here. Dubby City was called a city, but it was actually a huge meteorite. However, many cultivators had built Dubby City on this meteorite. Zhuowen walked silently, but the corners of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Soon after, he arrived at the most luxurious inn in Dubby City. He booked 4 rooms and paid for 3 years' worth of rooms. Then, he went upstairs in a leisurely manner. Flourishing Tower? The 2 black-clothed cultivators following him frowned at the same time. Flourishing Tower was the best inn in Dubby City. It had a strong background and was said to be inextricably linked to the city lord of Dubby City. No one in Dubby City dared to cause trouble in Flourishing Tower. "What should we do?" one of the black-clothed cultivators asked in a deep voice. "You go back and report to the captain first. I'll continue to keep an eye on this place. It's best if we kill this kid without anyone knowing. Then, we'll capture the 3 female cultivators and torture them. Young Master's death is definitely related to them," another cultivator said. The black-clothed cultivator nodded and disappeared. Zhuowen went into seclusion for another 3 years. On this day, he suddenly opened his eyes and entered Devour's inner world to release the huge, illusory sky bridge. Zhuowen stepped on the first 2 steps of the illusory sky bridge. His eyes shone brightly like never before as he stepped on the third step. This time, he was confident that he could enter the third step. Boom, boom, boom. The third step of the illusory sky bridge produced a rolling hurricane that swept up Zhuan's sleeves. Step over it. Zhuan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His bones creaked, and his feet exploded like thunder. Finally, he stepped on the third step of the illusory sky bridge. Zhuan's aura had completely transformed. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached an unprecedented state. My main body seems to be much stronger than before. After reaching the third step of the illusory sky bridge, Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that his strength was much stronger than an ordinary third step of the illusory sky bridge. He could feel that this strength was not due to the power of Tao intent, but the strength of the essence of his body. He remembered that he was not this strong in the past. Tower of Hanno. Zhuan thought of the Tower of Hanno. It was said that the Tower of Hanno could change one's body, but Zhuan did not feel anything after coming out of the Tower of Hanno. However, as his cultivation continued to rise, he found that his strength was different from the others. Zhuan knew that his main body did not have much of an advantage, but after going through the Tower of Hanno, he could feel that his main body's third step of the illusory sky bridge was enough to fight against a fifth step of the illusory sky bridge. If he cooperated with the black-clothed Zhuan, even the sixth step of the illusory sky bridge would be defeated. As for the seventh step of the illusory sky bridge, it was a little difficult. When he killed the seventh step of the illusory sky bridge, it was because Xiaohe had used all of the Thunderfire Sword, and injured the elder to the point of unconsciousness. Chapter 2074. 10 Fires Zhuan turned to look at the black-clothed Zhuan on the other side of the room. At this moment, the black-clothed Zhuan did not have many calamity crystals left. In 3 years, the black-clothed Zhuan had crazily absorbed the calamity crystals. Originally, he had accumulated 6 fires, but now he had accumulated 10 fires. As long as Zhuan was willing, he could immediately make the black-clothed Zhuan start to cross the fires. It's time to go out. Zhuan muttered in a low voice, but his eyes were cold. Zhuan's soul was extremely powerful. In these 3 years, not only did the cultivator who followed him not leave, he even called for more and more helpers, almost covering the outside of the flourishing building with spies. As long as he, Zhuan, went out, he would be completely discovered by these spies. The corner of Zhuan's mouth was full of sneer. Even if he did not say it, he knew the origin of these cultivators. They were probably sent by Lu Wuqi on the god of Lu. After sending a message to Yin Bingyun, Ren Yangan, and the other 3, Zhuan swaggered out of the flourishing building and rushed towards the outskirts of Dubby City. The moment Zhuan appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the spies around the flourishing building. Then, these spies passed the news to Lu Wuqi, who was still drinking not far away. Ever since Lu Wuqi stopped the god of Lu in Dubby City, he did not set sail again and could be considered to have been completely shelved. Ever since he suspected that his brother was killed by this young master Wu Yu, he could not sleep and eat in peace. He could not wait to kill this young master Wu Yu immediately and offer sacrifices to his brother's soul in heaven. Although young master Wu Yu was the young master of Carefree Palace, he had killed young master Wu Yu and completely became enemies with Carefree Palace. However, he would definitely avenge his son's death. This time, he wanted to ask clearly. If this young master Wu Yu admitted to being the murderer, he would give him a quick death. If he did not admit it, he would directly search his soul. If he found out that he was lying, he would make this young master Wu Yu suffer a fate worse than death. Young master Wu Yu left the flourishing building. Sir, should we follow him? There were 2 cultivators seated beside Lu Wuqi. They were none other than the 2 cultivators who had followed Zhuan back then. These 2 people's cultivations were both very powerful. One of them was at Void Sky 4 steps, while the other was at Void Sky 5 steps. They were both powerful experts. Go! A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Wuqi's eyes. He got up and led the 2 people out of the restaurant. After arriving in the wilderness, Zhuan purposely chose a remote corner and threw out several formation discs in a steep canyon, setting up a chain of trap and kill arrays. Zhuan's mastery of formations was not slow either, especially in the battle at the Dark Mirage sect. He had witnessed the various formations of the Dark Mirage sect, which had given him great inspiration. His mastery of formations had also unknowingly risen to the 5th level. After setting up the trapping array, Lu Wuqi had already arrived here with 2 personal experts. Young Master Worryless, from the looks of it, you already knew that we were following you? Lu Wuqi placed his hands behind his back and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that there was no one around, he knew that this young Master Worryless had purposely lured them here. Zhuan looked at Lu Wuqi indifferently. From the looks of it, you've long suspected me? Lu Wuqi smiled coldly. My younger brother came into contact with you before he died. Then, he died suddenly not long after. Tell me, aren't you suspicious? Don't tell me you want to go against Carefree Palace? Aren't you afraid that Carefree Palace will find trouble with you after you kill me? Zhuan remained calm. But Lu Wuqi laughed loudly and said, after I kill you, I'll drive the god Lu and leave the myriad magnetic sea far away from the land of the far west. I don't believe that Carefree Palace can find me. At this point, Lu Wuqi's gaze turned cold as he said to the 2 people beside him, take this person down. Don't kill him yet. I still want to search his soul. I want to see how he killed my younger brother. The 2 cultivators nodded and immediately rushed towards Zhuan with a sinister smile. You're really going to attack? Zhuan's face turned pale as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He kept retreating until he reached the canyon. The 2 cultivators looked at the cowering Zhuan with disdain, and a cold smile appeared on their faces as they said, you really are a coward. You actually dared to lure us out like this. You're really courting death. With that, the 2 cultivators instantly entered the canyon. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the canyon, Zhuan activated the trap and kill array that he had prepared beforehand. Although the trap and kill array that Zhuan had set up could not kill the 2 of them, it could at least trap them completely. In the outside world, Lu Wuqi's gaze instantly turned serious. He snorted coldly and headed towards the canyon. However, a sturdy black figure blocked Lu Wuqi's path. Looking at the demonic cultivator with blurry facial features and rolling demonic fog, Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. He realized that this demonic cultivator clearly did not have the aura of the illusory sky bridge, but he actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Bang, bang, bang. With this delay, the trap and kill array in the canyon gradually dissipated. Then 2 corpses were thrown over. Lu Wuqi retreated dozens of meters. Divine power surged from his hands as he caught the 2 corpses in midair. Then, he was shocked to discover that the 2 corpses were his 2 subordinates. Whoosh! The moment Lu Wuqi caught his 2 subordinates, the black-clothed Zhuan took a step forward and threw a punch. Terrifying lightning turned into a net and wrapped around Lu Wuqi. Lu Wuqi's gaze was cold. Although he was surprised that young Master Worryless had dealt with his subordinates so easily, he did not panic in the slightest. Lu Wuqi took out a black spear from his body and fiercely swung it. The terrifying energy transformed into a huge tiger and blasted towards the lightning net. However, what surprised Lu Wuqi was that the lightning net was extremely strange. When it blasted onto the spear, it wrapped around the surface of the spear like maggots on a corpse. Disperse. Lu Wuqi shook his right hand, and an invisible wave spread to the surface of the black spear. Instantly, the lightning wrapped around the black spear was dispersed. Whoosh! After the lightning on the surface of the black spear was dispersed, Lu Wuqi's spear momentum did not change. Its speed was as fast as light as it swept towards the Zhuan's vital points. The black-clothed Zhuan grinned. The aura on his body suddenly became much more terrifying. Then, flames spread out from his body. Boom! 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 The void beneath the black-clothed Zhuan's feet cracked open 10 huge fire pits. Each fire pit was about a dozen feet in size. Inside the pits were raging black flames that soared into the sky and enveloped the black-clothed Zhuan. Because the 10 fire pits spread out too quickly, Lu Wuqi, who was the closest to the black-clothed Zhuan, was also caught in the sea of flames spewing out from the fire pits. What a terrifying fire! The demonic fog on the black-clothed Zhuan's body was burned clean by the flames, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, he realized how terrifying these 10 fires were. Even with the black-clothed Zhuan's super strong body, he felt as if he was being roasted and melted by these 10 fires. Generally speaking, the fires of a double calamity true god wouldn't be so terrifying. Even if 10 fires were stacked together, it still wouldn't be so terrifying. However, it was different for the Zhuan. Devour himself was already heaven-defying. Moreover, Devour, who had become true god Extreme Thunder, was even more heaven-defying. That was why the rules of the starry sky sent down such a terrifying fire. Even a void sky cultivator might not be able to withstand such a terrifying fire. This won't do. I need the help of that ice lotus. Otherwise, even Devour would be seriously injured after passing through the fire. Zhuan's main body looked at the terrifying fire that almost covered half the sky in shock. He immediately took out the ice lotus from his spirit ring and threw it to the black-clothed Zhuan, who was still trapped in the fire. The moment the black-clothed Zhuan caught the ice lotus, a cold air lingered around him, causing the surrounding flames to recede slightly. The black-clothed Zhuan didn't dare to release the lightning and fire energy on the surface of the ice lotus. After all, even he couldn't control this ice lotus. If he released it, wouldn't he be frozen into an ice sculpture after the fire passed? Sitting cross-legged beside the ice lotus, the black-clothed Zhuan barely managed to resist the surrounding flames with the help of the ice lotus. At the same time, he began to temper his physique. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The fire burned in the void for 10 days, almost causing the surrounding space to collapse. Finally, the fire completely dissipated. The black-clothed Zhuan took a step forward. The fire energy on his body was extremely dense. Of course, it was much denser than an ordinary double calamity true god. Now, the black-clothed Zhuan's main body was sure that even if the black-clothed Zhuan didn't reveal his true body, his fighting power should be comparable to a void sky fifth-step cultivator. After the black-clothed Zhuan observed his body, his gaze fell on the vacuum area that had collapsed due to the fire. His eyes slowly narrowed. Back then, Lu Wuqi should have been surrounded by the fire, but now there was no trace of him. Could Lu Wuqi have been burned to death? The black-clothed Zhuan's main body muttered softly. Then, he landed in the vacuum area. Whoosh! The moment he landed in the vacuum area, a spear light instantly swept over and pointed at the center of the black-clothed Zhuan's forehead. The black-clothed Zhuan immediately spread his torch dragon wings and dodged the spear light in the nick of time. Then, the purple sword in his right hand executed sword swimming great void and heavily slashed the figure behind the spear light. Bang! That figure fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Then, he straightened his body and fled into the distance. However, this figure didn't manage to escape far before he was intercepted by the black-clothed Zhuan, who fiercely punched him back. Zhuan carefully sized up the figure that was struggling to get up. He saw that this person's entire body was charred black, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Zhuan knew that this person should be Lu Wuqi. Although Lu Wuqi didn't die, his injuries were very serious. If it were a fire caused by an ordinary true god to disasters, a void sky cultivator would naturally disdain it. However, the black-clothed Zhuan was true god Extreme Thunder, and his true body was the powerful Devour race in the starry sky. When true god Extreme Thunder advanced to a true god to disasters, the fire he produced was very terrifying. Moreover, there were 10 fires superimposed. That power wasn't something an ordinary void sky cultivator could resist. Even if it was Lu Wuqi, If he didn't rely on his powerful divine power to protect himself, he would have lost his life. Lu Wuqi still wanted to run, but unfortunately, the black-clothed Zhuan, who had survived 10 fires, easily killed him. Chapter 2075. Yao Xiong putting away Lu Wuqi's ring. Zhuan left the place. The resources in Lu Wuqi's ring were abundant. Zhuan had put most of them into the heavenly armor star in Devour's body. In addition, Zhuan also found a key with the words God Lu engraved on the handle. Zhuan's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the key to activating God Lu. After all, Lu Wuqi was the captain of God Lu. In the land of the Far West, this kind of special airship was very necessary. You could either take someone else's airship or have your own airship. Zhuan was worried about not having a flying ship, and it was very inconvenient to take someone else's flying ship. He needed to buy a ticket to reach the designated location. Now that he had the Lu God, it was much more convenient for Zhuan. He could go wherever he wanted. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, applause sounded from not far away. Zhuan stopped and looked coldly at the source of the sound. On the left, a young man in a golden brocade robe was clapping his hands while sizing up Zhuan, as if he wanted to see through Zhuan completely. Zhuan calmly looked at the young man, but a trace of fear arose in his heart because he actually didn't notice how this person appeared here. Now, Zhuan's soul was extremely powerful, but this person was able to come to this place without him noticing. It was obvious that this person was not ordinary. He probably had an extremely powerful concealment technique. Real God Extreme Thunder's doppelganger. His original body was able to kill a cultivator of Void Sky Stage 5 with just 3 steps of Void Sky Stage. His doppelganger even borrowed the power of 10 fires to kill a cultivator of Void Sky Stage 6 like Lu Wuqi. "You are truly not simple," the young man said with a smile. Zhuan said calmly, "Who are you? How long have you been here?" The young man smiled faintly and said, "I am Yao Xiong, and I am only a rogue cultivator. I just happened to pass by here and encountered such a genius like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhuan became more and more afraid of the young man in front of him because he found that this person's aura was faintly discernible. He actually couldn't sense this person's cultivation base. Yao Xiong smiled faintly and quietly blocked Zhuan's path. Zhuan's eyes revealed murderous intent and said, "What do you mean by this?" Yao Xiong laughed and said, brother, your murderous aura is a bit heavy. Be a bit more amiable. Is precious. I just want to discuss something." Zhuan slowly retracted his killing intent. His face was still cold as he asked, "What is it?" Yao Xiong looked around and set up a concealment array formation. Zhuan's heart stirred. Looking at this person's words was a very one. "Is this matter?" "Brother," he said. Yao didn't answer. Zhuan said, Brother Zhua, I think you should be very interested in this item." Yao Xiong mysteriously took out a scroll and handed it to Zhuan. Zhuan took the scroll doubtfully and opened it to take a look. His pupils could not help but shrink into needles. Inside the scroll was a fragmented map, which recorded the topographic map of a certain place. However, Zhuan was extremely familiar with this topographic map because it was the topographic map of the waxing and waning phases. The reason why Zhuan was surprised was naturally because this incomplete map was a map of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, and most importantly, this map was partially compatible with the Jade Scroll left behind by the Purple Star Lord that he had obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect. In the Jade Scroll that Zhuan obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect that recorded the sun and moon grass, there was a fragmented map, and it was a fragmented map of the sun and moon grass. Now the fragmented map that Yao Xiong took out faintly showed signs of compatibility with the fragmented map in the Crepe Myrtle sect's Jade Scroll. This showed that the two were closely related, and it was possible that the two fragmented maps were fragments of the same map. After calming down, Zhuan pretended to be disappointed. A detailed map of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths? Unfortunately, it's just a fragmented map. Yao Xiong was not surprised by Zhuan's surprise, because every cultivator who saw this fragmented map for the first time would feel ecstatic and unable to control themselves. Although the yin, yang, waning and waning paths were in the myriad magnet sea, it was an extremely famous, dangerous place in the Great Brahma domain, where even void sky cultivators could easily fall. If one recklessly entered the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, it was very easy to fall. But if you grasped the correct route of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, then for the cultivators who entered the yin, yang, waning and waning paths to search for treasures, it was absolutely more important than their life. No wonder Yao Xiong looked around and set up a shielding formation before taking out the fragmented map. If this fragmented map were to spread, it would definitely cause many cultivators to fight over it like crazy. After all, Zhuan had seen many markings on this fragmented map. Most of these markings were dangerous areas, but one of them caught Zhuan's attention. This marking had the words Luo God Palace Ruins written on it. Brother Yao, what kind of place is this Luo God Palace Ruins? Zhuan asked in surprise. Yao Xiong looked at Zhuan in surprise and said, Brother Zhua, don't you know about the Luo God Palace Ruins? Cultivators in the myriad magnet sea should know about this place, right? Zhuan smiled faintly and said, I've been cultivating in seclusion most of the time and rarely come out. I really don't know about the Luo God Palace Ruins. Yao Xiong took a deep look at Zhuan, but didn't expose Zhuan's lie. Instead, he explained patiently, the Luo God Palace is extremely famous in the far west. It was a powerful force 1,000,000 years ago. After Yao Xiong's patient explanation, Zhuan finally understood the ins and outs of the Luo God Palace. At the same time, he also knew why he hadn't heard of the Luo God Palace in other places. It had a lot to do with the Great Brahma Sky region. 1,000,000 years ago, a proud woman had appeared in the far west of the Great Brahma Sky region. This woman had advanced to the Void Sky realm in a short 100 years. Her talent was almost heaven-defying. In 1,000 years, this woman had advanced to the 8 steps Void Sky region, shocking the entire Great Brahma Sky region. In that era, this woman was the most dazzling star. She was a household name, and even many cultivators from neighboring heavens knew her name. This woman's name was Luo Shan, and she was the ancestor of the Luo God Palace. After Luoshan's cultivation reached the 8 steps Void Sky region, she unified countless forces in the far west region and established the Luo God Palace. In that era, apart from the 10 major sects and the Great Brahma Sky Palace, the Luo God Palace's reputation was the best. It was almost on par with the 10 major sects of the star field. Luoshan loved to fight. After establishing the Luo God Palace, she challenged the patriarchs of the 10 major sects of the star field, shocking the entire star field. The patriarchs of the 10 major sects were furious and wanted to teach Luoshan a lesson. However, in the end, Luoshan defeated the patriarchs of the 10 major sects one by one. After the challenge, Luoshan fell into an epiphany and understood life and death, breaking through to the 9 steps Void Sky region. After Luoshan broke through to the 9 steps Void Sky region, the Great Brahma of the Great Brahma Sky Palace appeared and personally summoned Luoshan. No one knew what Great Brahma said when he summoned Luoshan. Everyone only knew that Luoshan had mixed feelings after leaving the Great Brahma Sky Palace. As Luoshan had understood life and death, she was invincible in the entire Great Brahma Sky region, except for Great Brahma. Therefore, the Luo God Palace developed faster and faster, almost surpassing the 10 major sects and approaching the Great Brahma Sky Palace. With the Luo God Palace's power back then, it was enough to enter the star field and become the leader of the 10 major sects. However, for some reason, the Luo God Palace remained in the far west region, even though it was already so powerful. Luoshan rarely showed herself and was basically in seclusion. Suddenly, one day, an extremely resentful voice came from the Luo God Palace. The owner of the voice was Luoshan. It was also on that day that Great Brahma came to the far west region and destroyed the Luo god palace with a flip of his hand. Luotian also appeared from her seclusion. However, she was extremely weak at that time. She was listless and her face was pale. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were blind at that time. Great Brahma and Luotian fought for 10 days and 10 nights, shattering countless galaxies in the far west region and shattering the starry sky into countless fragments. In the end, Great Brahma severely injured Luotian. However, before Luotian died, she sacrificed her life to move the Luo god palace ruins to the deepest part of the waning peaks. Furthermore, Luotian used her lifetime of cultivation to mess up the starry sky rules in the far west region and cast the most vicious curse on the Great Brahma sky. The main reason why such a terrifying magnetic field appeared in the far west region was inseparable from Luotian back then. Such a powerful magnetic field was to restrain Great Brahma. Although the far west region didn't dare to confirm it, there were already rumors that the terrifying magnetic field was Great Brahma's weakness. Otherwise, after the battle, Great Brahma no longer came to find the Luo god palace in the waning peaks. Instead, he ignored the far west region. It was probably because of this magnetic field. And this magnetic field was Luotian's curse on Great Brahma. She cursed Great Brahma to not be able to step into the pure land that Luotian had created. It was also from then on that the entire Great Brahma domain, except for the far west region, almost all the other regions were forbidden from mentioning Luotian's name. Over time, with the exception of the far west, the cultivators in the other regions gradually forgot about Luotian. This was also why Zhuowen had never heard of such a famous master in the Great Brahma domain starfield. What did Luotian say back then? Zhuowen looked at Yao Xiong and asked curiously. Chapter 2076, Lady Ghost's Curse. Your map of the waning lunar crescent is incomplete. Most importantly, the location of the Luotian palace is incomplete, Zhuowen said after a moment of silence. Although Zhuowen appeared calm on the surface, his heart was beating wildly. He was certain that the map fragment he had obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect was the other half of the map fragment that Yao Xiong had. Furthermore, the terrain listed on the other half of the map fragment was the exact location of the Luotian palace ruins. In the beginning, Zhuowen had never come into contact with the waning lunar crescent. He had never even been there, so he did not know where the sun and moon grass was located on the map he had obtained. Now that Yao Xiong's map fragment had a location marked in advance, he immediately compared it with the map fragment that he had. He knew that the map fragment clearly recorded the various locations of the Luotian palace ruins. If he could reach the Luotian palace ruins, he would be able to move around the Luotian palace ruins like a fish in water with the map fragment he had. Not only would he be able to obtain the sun and moon grass, but he would also be able to obtain other good things from the Luotian palace ruins. However, Yao Xiong did not mind and said, "Brother Zhua, you're wrong. It's enough to find the Luotian palace ruins. As long as we can find the Luotian palace ruins with our strength, what do we have to be afraid of? Furthermore, I see that Brother Zhua's array formation skills are extremely impressive. You will be of great use in this trip to the Luotian palace." Zhuowen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Yao Xiong had been here for a long time. He had even seen the trap and kill array that he had set up. However, he did not say anything, since it was on the way to the waning lunar crescent. Even if Yao Xiong did not have any good intentions, Zhuowen had to go because of the map fragment in Yao Xiong's hands. Without the map fragment, it would be too difficult for Zhuowen to find the Luotian palace ruins in the waning lunar crescent. However, once he found it, he would be like a fish in water. "I'll think about it," Zhuowen said in a low voice. Yao Xiong, however, was in no hurry. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and smiled at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had already made up his mind, he didn't immediately agree. After all, if he agreed too readily, it would instead arouse Yao Xiong's suspicions. Not long after, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said, "Although the waxing, waning, and waning phases are very dangerous, riches and honor come from danger. I promise, Brother Yao." Yao Xiong laughed heartily and said, Brother Zhua is indeed a straightforward person. The fact that you agreed so quickly is out of my expectations. However, you are right. Wealth comes from danger. If one is a coward, how can one walk far on the path of martial arts? When are we leaving? Zhuowen asked. 3 days later, I still need to invite a few old friends. When the time comes, we'll gather here, Yao Xiong said. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect Yao Xiong to invite others. As if seeing the expression on Zhuowen's face, Yao Xiong smiled and said, Brother Zhuo may not know this, but the waxing, waning, and waning phases are extremely dangerous. Even void sky, 8-step cultivators may die if they aren't careful. The more people there are, the safer it will be. Zhuowen nodded non-committally and didn't continue to speak. However, in order to keep this a secret, Brother Zhua, it's best if you keep this thing on you. This way, this Yao can ensure that you won't break your promise and leave Dubby City. Yao Xiong smiled and handed a black bracelet to Zhuowen, his eyes full of deep meaning. Zhuowen took the black bracelet. Even if he did not use his spiritual consciousness to search it, he knew that Yao Xiong's spiritual consciousness brand must have been left behind in it. It should be used to confirm Zhuowen's location. Then, this Zhuo will take his leave first. After saying that, Zhuowen leaped and left this place. After returning to Dubby City, Zhuowen first went to the dock. After putting the god Lu into the spirit ring, he returned to the flourishing building. Brother Zhua, are you really planning to go to the waxing, and waning phases? Inside the room, Rin Yangon suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Although Zhuowen was powerful, going inside still pointed to disaster. I came to the great Brahma domain for the waxing, and waning phases. You don't need to say anything more. Also, don't follow me in. If possible, cut off all ties with me. Otherwise, staying in the great Brahma domain won't do you any good. After saying that, Zhuowen left the flourishing building. However, before leaving, he left a lot of resources for the four of them. Zhuowen, why is he going to the waxing, and waning phases? That place is filled with adventurers from all over the Tian domain, or some old fellows who have no hope of breaking through and enter to find opportunities. Zhuowen is so young and has such great talent. Why does he want to enter the waxing, and waning phases? Yin Bingyun asked in confusion. Yun Shuyu's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she said, because Brother Zhuo's wife needs the sun and moon grass to save her life. That's why he wants to enter the waxing, and waning phases at all costs. For a moment, the room fell into a long silence. 3 days later, in the wilderness of Dubby City, a stream of light quickly flew over. Above a canyon, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. It was Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze swept over and landed on two people who had been waiting for a long time. One of the two people was wearing a golden brocade robe. It was Yao Xiong, the person who invited Zhuowen to enter the waxing, and waning phases 3 days ago. Standing beside Yao Xiong was an old woman with a face as pale as snow. This old woman had a head of white hair that draped over her face. Her face was blurry, but one could vaguely see that hidden in her white hair was a ferocious, ghost-like face. After Zhuowen arrived, this old woman glared at Zhuowen coldly with her ferocious eyes. It sent chills down one's spine. Zhuowen only glanced at the old woman before his gaze landed on Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, is everyone here? Yao Xiong chuckled. Not yet. There's still 2 people on the way. They should be here soon. Let me introduce this person first. This old woman is the Ghost Curse Lady. I heard from Yao Xiong that although your cultivation level is very low, your strength is not bad, and your array skills are not weak either. I wonder if Yao Xiong was lying? The old woman laughed and interrupted Yao Xiong's words. She stretched out her skinny right hand and gently pinched her thumb and middle finger together. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Zhuowen's body trembled. He found that countless orchids were protecting him. These orchids were very strange. They kept squirming, and at the stamens, Mouths full of sharp teeth grew out and bit at Zhuowen. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His terrifying divine sense gushed out and turned into countless large hands, violently crushing these orchids. Then the orchids around him disappeared. Not bad, not bad. You can actually break this old woman's illusion. You are qualified to join our team. The ghost curse lady smiled coldly and withdrew her skinny right hand. Her eyes were full of arrogance, as if it was Zhuowen's honor that she had attacked Zhuowen just now. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Old woman, since you attacked me, I can't be rude. As he spoke, the more than 300 divine soul galaxies in Zhuowen's spiritual space operated at the same time. Then a vast and terrifying divine sense condensed into a sharp golden light and quickly swept toward the ghost curse lady. Calling me an old woman? You're courting death. The ghost curse lady jumped up like a cat whose tail was pinched. At the same time, she released her divine sense, condensed it into a point, and blasted it toward Zhuowen. Crack! Unfortunately, the ghost curse lady's divine sense light was shattered in an instant, and Zhuowen's divine sense light was unstoppable. It slammed heavily into the ghost curse lady's forehead. Puff! The ghost curse lady spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pale face became even paler and bloodless. Zhuowen's divine sense blasted into her divine soul, instantly severely injuring her divine soul, causing her to have a splitting headache. The ghost curse lady stared at Zhuowen with lingering fear. She did not expect this kid's spiritual soul to be so terrifying that it was even stronger than hers. Although the ghost curse lady's cultivation was only at the 4th step of the virtual sky realm, she was a level 7 divine array master. Her spiritual soul was naturally not weak. However, Zhuowen was a freak. Due to the star's meditation diagram that Devour cultivated, his spiritual soul was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. The ghost curse lady was at a disadvantage when fighting against Zhuowen with her divine sense. Of course, with her cultivation, she was no match for Zhuowen. That's enough. Both of you stop arguing. Do me, Yao Xiong, a favor. Yao Xiong immediately stepped forward to mediate. The ghost curse lady snorted coldly and did not make a fuss. She swallowed her grievances in silence. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He did not care about the ghost curse lady's attitude. You guys are so early. Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the horizon, resounding through the sky and startling many birds. Zhuowen looked over and saw a tower-like man who was 2 meters tall. He was walking over at an extremely fast speed, and the ground was trembling along with him, as if there was an earthquake. Chapter 2077. Emperor's Spirit, the tower-like man, took a step forward and arrived in front of Yao Xiong and the others. His giant height of 2 meters allowed him to look down on the 3 people present. Haha, we just arrived. Luo Suo, let me introduce you. This is my new guest, Brother Zhuowen. Yao Xiong smiled and immediately pointed to Zhuowen, who was standing to the side. The tower-like man glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and nodded without greeting him. Zhuowen could see the disdain in the tower-like man's eyes. Obviously, he was looking down on Zhuowen, who was only at the 3rd level of the virtual sky realm. Since Luo Suo had such an attitude, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be so polite and took the initiative to greet him. The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled up slightly, but he tactfully shut his mouth. Yao Xiong knew Luo Suo's character best. He was a guy who wouldn't hide his emotions in his heart. If Luo Suo didn't like him, he definitely wouldn't be nice to him. Zhuowen's aura was too weak. It would be strange if Luo Suo took the initiative to greet him. Yao Xiong, who is the other person? Luo Suo suddenly asked in a muffled voice. Yao Xiong smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know soon. I think you all know this guy." Seeing the mysterious look on Yao Xiong's face, Luo Suo curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. The ghost curse lady's face was gloomy because she had suffered a loss at Zhuowen's hands. Naturally, she was not in the mood to ask more questions. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was new to this place, so he naturally would not ask more questions. The four of them waited for another hour. Suddenly, a violent whistling sound came from the sky. Then, a huge black vortex appeared in the depths of the sky. In the terrifying black vortex, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was as if a divine horse was rapidly approaching from the depths of the vortex. The black vortex sank rapidly in the shape of an inverted funnel. At the tip of the funnel, an incomparably handsome black horse could be vaguely seen. It was as if the black horse was carrying the terrifying black vortex with it as it rolled over. Rumble. The black horse landed on the ground, and the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shattered, while the black vortex slowly dissipated. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as his attention fell on the man on the black horse. This man looked to be about 30 years old. He was wearing a black armor that looked like fish scales. His face was covered with a dark mask, making him look like a ferocious demon. What made Zhuowen's heart sink was that this person's aura was extremely vast, even stronger than that of the enforcement elder of the Dark Fantasy sect, but far inferior to Yu Wuxi. Zhuowen guessed that this person's cultivation was probably at the 7th level of the Void Sky realm, and it was very likely that he was at the peak of the 7th level. Now that Zhuowen was facing this person, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of winning were not high. After all, the reason Zhuowen was able to kill the law enforcement elder of the Void Sky 7th stage was all because of the power of the Purple Star Sovereign in the Thunderfire Sword. During the battle, Xiaohe had already used up all of the power of the Purple Star Sovereign. With Zhuowen's current strength, he was comparable to a cultivator of the Void Sky 6th stage, but it was still difficult for him to fight against a cultivator of the Void Sky 7th stage. Of course, Zhuowen's cultivation was at the Void Sky 5th stage, and his doppelganger had become Real God Extreme Fire. Hence, Zhuowen was not afraid of a cultivator of the Void Sky 7th stage. King Spirit? I didn't expect you to invite him over. Luo Suo frowned and said with fear. Lady Ghost Curse also came back to her senses and could not help but exclaim softly. There was a tinge of fear in her eyes. Of course, the person that Lady Ghost Curse was afraid of was not Zhuowen, but the man on the black horse who was slowly approaching. King Spirit? Zhuowen muttered. It was his first time seeing this person. However, this person's cultivation was so strong that even Zhuowen was afraid of him. He knew that this King Spirit must be very famous in the land of Far West. Otherwise, Luo Suo and Lady Ghost Curse would not be so frightened. The King Spirit came to Yao Xiong and then dismounted. He looked at the people around him and finally looked at Yao Xiong and said, I thought you would find some good helpers. Why are you looking for a bunch of trash? As soon as he said this, Luo Suo, who was surrounded by chains, looked at the King's Spirit coldly and said, What did you say? Who is trash? The King's Spirit tilted his head and looked at Luo Suo indifferently and said, What do you think? Since you know it, then don't say it out loud. Trash should still act like trash. Clang! Luo Suo roared and swung his right hand. The chains on his body began to move rapidly like snakes. Then, hundreds of black chains turned into countless water pillars and shot toward the King's Spirit. Yao Xiong frowned, but did not do anything. In his opinion, Luo Suo was too impulsive. Attacking the King's Spirit was asking for trouble. The King's Spirit's lips curled into an evil smile, and his eyes suddenly turned white. It was a strange sight to behold. Bang! 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 The hundreds of chains that were originally rushing over were all shattered, turning into countless black powder that scattered in the air. Pucci! Luo Suo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was pale and bloodless. The Ghost Curse lady trembled as she looked at the Emperor's spirit in horror. Zhuowen frowned. He realized that he had underestimated the King's Spirit. The King's Spirit was much stronger than the law enforcement elder of the demonic fantasy sect. The Emperor's spirit glanced at Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't seem to be surprised when he sent the chains flying. He didn't even see the fear in Zhuowen's eyes like the Ghost Curse lady did. Although Zhuowen's reaction was strange, the King's Spirit did not think much of it. After all, in his opinion, Zhuan was just an ant. Even if he was a little special, he would not care. Shall we go now? The king's spirit looked at Yao Xiong and asked. Yes. Yao Xiong nodded and waved his sleeve. A streamlined flying ship appeared in front of him. This flying ship was much smaller than the god Lu. It could only seat 10 people at most. However, Zhuan could see that this flying ship was many times better than the god Lu. In a dangerous place like the Sea of Magnets, this flying ship was much faster than the god Lu. Yao Xiong and the king's spirit were the first to enter the cabin. Zhuan and the ghost curse lady followed closely behind. Luo, Suo staggered and entered the cabin with difficulty. Everyone entered the cabin. The flying ship spewed out blue exhaust and flew away. Trash. We will need you to enter the Yin Yang Yuan K later. Take this pill. The king's spirit, who was sitting in the front, flicked his finger and gave 3 pills to Zhuan, the ghost curse lady, and Luo saw. Seeing the confusion in Zhuan and the ghost curse lady's eyes, the king's spirit smiled and said, This thing is good for your injuries. Take it. If you're injured, take it. It will heal your injuries quickly. Zhuan's eyes flashed, but he was wary. He did not believe the king's spirit would be so kind as to give them such good pills. Half a month later, the flying ship passed through many asteroids and magnetic seas. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the Yin Yang Yuan Quebec. The waning waxing moons was an incomparably huge galaxy, and it was much, much bigger than all the other galaxies. The shape of the Yin Yang Yuan K was like the moon. Sometimes it was like a crescent moon, and sometimes it was like a full moon. It was like the moon of the year. It was because of this feature that it was called the Yin Yang Yuan Quebec. In the far west, there were almost no galaxies. Most of them were asteroids. The reason for this was, as mentioned before, caused by the battle between Great Brahma and Goddess Luo. The entire land of the far west had been reduced to ruins. The star system had shattered, and only these ownerless asteroids of different sizes were left. The cultivators of the far west basically built their own forces and lived on these meteorites. After this kind of star system declined, the energy inside the star system would become very unstable and would often go berserk. Therefore, cultivators who wandered inside would easily die if they weren't careful. Even void sky cultivators were no exception. The asteroids around the Yin Yang Yuan K were densely packed like locusts. There were more asteroids than anywhere else in the magnetic sea. Most of these asteroids were stalls set up by cultivators, inns, shops, and other facilities built by some forces. Although the Yin Yang Yuan K was a terrifying place, it was the most prosperous place in the far west. It was also the place with the most cultivators. Of course, there were many experts here. They were like carps crossing a river. Naturally, their numbers were not small. The Yin Yang Yuan K has many entrances. Most of these entrances were opened by our ancestors. However, the entrance we're going to this time has not been opened by humans. I think it's best for everyone to keep his secret, Yao Xiong said to the people behind him. Zhuan frowned slightly. Ever since the Emperor's spirit arrived, Yao Xiong's attitude towards them had become much colder. The Emperor's spirit sneered. If anyone dares to gossip outside, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although the 3 people present did not like the Emperor's spirit's threat, they could not refute it now that the map fragment was in Yao Xiong's hands. After a while, the flying ship stopped on an extremely remote asteroid in the Yin Yang Yuan Quebec. Chapter 2078. The ancient sword tuned the landing of the flying ship immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators on the meteorite. The cultivators looked at the flying ship in awe and only dared to sneak a peek. It was obvious that this flying ship was expensive. The cultivator who could ride this flying ship must be an expert. Yao Xiong and the others got off the flying ship quietly. The king's spirit looked around with a bloodthirsty look. Black lightning. The king's spirit chuckled, and a black vortex appeared above him. It covered the entire meteorite in the blink of an eye. The sound of hooves could be heard again from the black vortex. The king's spirit leaped onto the black horse's back. Like a bolt of black lightning, it cut through the void and dashed across the meteorite. Swoosh! Swoosh! Every time the black horse dashed across the meteorite, it killed a cultivator. There were not many cultivators on the meteorite, but there were still a few hundred of them. Seeing the king's spirit's killing spree, the cultivators on the meteorite were terrified. Some cried, some ran away, and some fought back. But in the end, they were killed by the king's spirit. After a while, the cultivators on the meteorite were all killed by the king's spirit. The black vortex dissipated, leaving the 5 of them standing alone on the meteorite. Zhuan frowned and looked at Yao Xiong. He did not expect the king's spirit to be so unreasonable as to kill those who had nothing to do with him. Yao Xiong smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. We're being cautious this time. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Seeing the smile on Yao Xiong's face, the ghost curse lady and Luo Sua's hearts skipped a beat. Zhuan's eyes were cold, but he did not say anything. "Yao Xiong, open the entrance." The king's spirit looked at Yao Xiong and said. Yao Xiong nodded and walked to the edge of the meteorite. He formed a seal with both hands and took out a palm-sized brown bead from his spiritual ring. He threw it forward. Swoosh! Suddenly, a huge arched door appeared in front of them. "Go in." Yao Xiong looked at Zhuan and the other 2 behind him and invited them in with a smile. "Yao Xiong, don't you trust us?" Luo Sua asked in a deep voice. The king's spirit laughed and said, "Why do you have so much to say? If you don't want to go in, you might end up like those cultivators on a meteorite." Facing the king's spirit's threat, Luo Sua's face changed, but he didn't dare do anything. After all, he had just been taught a lesson. With a cold snort, he strode into the arched door. His figure quickly disappeared. Zhuan and the Lady of the Curse ghost followed closely behind. They did not waste any time like Luo saw. After Zhuan and the others entered the door, King Spirit and Yao Xiong did not rush to follow. "Yao Xiong, are you sure these 3 are useful?" the King Spirit asked. "Brother D, don't you trust me?" The ghost curse lady is proficient in curses and arrays, especially the power of curses. She will be of great help to us when we enter the Luotian Palace. That lock has boundless strength and can help us fend off many dangers in the Luotian Palace ruins. Furthermore, it can be used as a life-saving cannon fodder in times of crisis. Yao Xiong laughed. The king's spirit nodded and said, "What about Zhuan? His cultivation level is too low. What can he do?" Yao Xiong smiled mysteriously and said, "Zhuan is also proficient in arrays. Most importantly, his soul is far stronger than the average cultivators. Do you think he'll be useful?" "Strong soul? How strong is it?" the king's spirit asked, his eyes flashing. Yao Xiong laughed and said, "Perhaps as strong as you. He is the key to our success." The king's spirit's eyes lit up. They were indeed lacking cultivators with low cultivation levels but powerful souls. Generally speaking, cultivators with powerful souls were not weak. They did not dare to provoke such cultivators. However, this was the first time they had seen someone like Zhuan. There was a crucial place in the Luotian Palace ruins that required Zhuan's help. Zhuan felt that the world was spinning. Countless light spots around him disappeared in an instant. However, when they stopped, a huge fireball the size of a wash basin appeared in front of him, whistling towards him. Zhuan pulled out the glorious purple galaxy sword. The sword light was like water. It slashed across the fireball, shattering it into countless sparks. At this moment, Zhuan realized that there were many such fireballs around him. They were densely packed together. Luo Suo and the Ghost Curse Lady, who appeared beside him, also used their special powers to destroy the oncoming fireballs. While blocking the oncoming fireballs, Zhuan began to observe his surroundings. He realized that there was a 7-colored fog around him. This fog was very strange. Visibility was very low. Even with Zhuan's eyesight, he could only see 10 meters around him. When he looked around, other than the oncoming fireballs, there was only the 7-colored fog. Luo Suo and the Ghost Curse Lady were not far away from him. That was why he could see them immediately. At this moment, the three of them were gathered together. Although they did not see eye to eye, they were now in a dangerous place. They put their grudges aside and dealt with the trouble in front of them first. The three of you go straight down. We are not far from your feet. Suddenly, Yao Xiong's voice appeared in their minds. The three of them looked at each other and went straight down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. The three of them realized that they were on a cliff. In front of the cliff was a chain bridge that connected to the opposite cliff. It looked very dangerous. Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit were at the entrance of the chain bridge. At this moment, Yao Xiong turned around and smiled at Zhuowen and the others. He said, "This place is quite far from the Luotian Palace ruins. I hope that the three of you will listen to me. Otherwise, if anything happens, I will not be responsible." "I have no objections." Zhuowen was the first to speak. The specific route was with Yao Xiong. If they did not follow him, were they supposed to wander around by themselves? Luo Suo and Lady Ghost Curse had no objections. Yao Xiong reminded the King's Spirit, and then he and the King's Spirit stepped onto the bridge and walked to the other side. Hearing Yao Xiong's words, Zhuowen could not help but recall the densely packed fireballs that had attacked the three of them when they were hovering in the air. But now that they had landed on the ground, the attacking fireball had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that flying in the air was forbidden here. Otherwise, one would be attacked by the laws of this place. After crossing the iron chain bridge, there was a vast and boundless plain on the other side. On the other hand, the originally dense seven-colored fog had become much thinner on the plains. At this moment, Zhuowen could see his surroundings clearly. There was a plain in front of him, and above the plain, there were countless twinkling, colorful stars. These stars were all planets in the waning, waxing moons. However, almost all of these planets were dying. Soon, these planets would completely collapse and decay along with the waning, waxing moons. These bright stars were actually the final radiance of these dying planets. The closer they were to death, the more dazzling the light released by the planets would be until they finally exploded. The group of five silently traversed the plains, not saying a single word. The atmosphere was lifeless. At the end of the plain, there was an endless void. Zhuowen frowned and could not help but look at Yao Xiong in front of him. Yao Xiong wasn't flustered at all. His right hand formed into a claw as he suddenly clawed at the ground beneath his feet, and he directly tore out a rock that was over 3 m in size as he said, "The laws within the yin-yang waxing moons will cause backlash to cultivators that fly in the sky. But if we step on the rocks here to fly in the sky, it practically won't cause any backlash." After saying that, Yao Xiong stepped on the stone and rushed forward. The King's Spirit followed closely behind. Zhuowen also tore off a piece of rock and flew into the air, following after him. The five of them flew for 10 days and 10 nights. Suddenly, they were alarmed by a huge movement not far away. In front of them, there was a huge, circular island-shaped continent. However, this continent looked lifeless. But now, on this lifeless continent, densely packed figures were constantly flying over it, accompanied by sharp battles and screams of agony. What happened on this continent? Luo Suo frowned and whispered, "Why don't we go and see?" Yao Xiong chuckled as he rushed forward. This continent was very large. It was surrounded by a dark fog, and there were brown and black withered branches everywhere. It looked very strange and gloomy. Zhuowen's divine sense spread out and found that in the center of this continent was a huge graveyard. In the center of this graveyard, there was a huge stone coffin floating. The surface of the stone coffin was surrounded by dense black chains. Within a range of 10,000 miles around the stone coffin, there were many long swords. Most of these long swords were quite old. However, the aura of each long sword was extremely sharp and powerful. At a glance, one could tell that each of these ancient swords was unusual. This is the ancient sword tomb. There are 9,999 ancient swords here. They were forged by the extremely famous ancient sword Saint King. After the ancient sword Saint King died, he buried himself here and used the 9,999 ancient swords he forged in his life as his tombstone. Back then, the ancient sword Saint King said that every ancient sword he created was spiritual. If it met a fated person, the ancient sword would choose its master. Yao Xiong laughed. Zhuan had heard a little about the ancient sword Saint King. It was said that this guy became famous much earlier than Luo Shun. Back then, before the land of the Far West was like this, the ancient sword Saint King was already famous in the great Brahma domain. Before Luo Shun, he was the only peerless genius outside of the star field whose cultivation had reached 8 void sky steps. Chapter 2079, Doth the Strange Broken Sword. The opening time of the ancient sword tomb is not fixed. We just entered the waning waxing K, and the ancient sword tomb opened. Looks like our luck is not bad. Yao Xiong's eyes blazed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yao Xiong finished speaking, the Emperor Spirit took the lead and flew into the ancient sword tomb like a rainbow. He said coldly, "The opening of the ancient sword tomb depends on your luck. Contact each other after the tomb closes." The moment the Emperor Spirit flew out, Lady Cursing Ghost and Luo also rushed out without hesitation. Obviously, they knew the ancient sword tomb well. Only Zhuan was confused. He looked at Yao Xiong, who was not far away. Yao Xiong looked at Zhuan and said with a smile, "Brother Zhua, the opening of the ancient sword tomb means that the ancient swords are looking for their fated ones. It's also the time for cultivators to find their own opportunities. It's hard to say. Brother Zhua, you'll know once you enter the ancient sword tomb. Of course, I'll contact you after the ancient sword tomb closes, Brother Zhua." After saying that, Yao Xiong went into the ancient sword tomb. Zhuan frowned and looked at the ancient sword tomb again. Sword lights flashed like stars in the sky above the ancient sword tomb. Zhuan saw that the 9,999 ancient swords that were stuck in the ground had flown up into the sky and were revolving around the huge stone coffin, forming a huge sword light storm. Around the storm of sword light, many cultivators' eyes were burning with desire. They rushed into the storm of sword light to snatch the ancient swords they had their eyes on. Unfortunately, most of the ancient swords let out ear-piercing sword cries the moment the cultivator grabbed the sword hilt and violently flung the cultivator away. The same thing happened everywhere in the ancient sword tomb. Some cultivators who were not strong enough could not resist the terrifying tearing force of the sword light storm and were torn to pieces. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the storm of sword light. Then, he looked around and suddenly flew into the distance. As soon as this person left, some of the clever cultivators in the surroundings followed and attacked together, strangling this person to death. As soon as the person died, a sword light flew out. It was an ancient sword. It seemed that this person was fated with one of the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb, so the sword chose this cultivator. Unfortunately, this cultivator's strength was too weak. He was simply not a match for the surrounding cultivators. As a result, he was besieged and killed by so many cultivators. As for the ancient sword, after the cultivator died, it turned back into a sword light and merged into the sword light storm. Zhuan slowly landed in the ancient sword tomb and looked up at the sword that had turned into a sword light storm. From time to time, there would be cultivators flying in the ancient sword tomb, trying to snatch the ancient swords. Zhuan's divine sense. He noticed that the Emperor Spirit was in the middle of the sword light storm. Its sword spirit was a sword spirit sword tomb. A sword spirit was 2 feet long, and one long sword was 1. Sword was inlaid, in the middle was sword. A sword. In the middle, it was in the golden sword. Sword was it. With Zhuan's knowledge, he could tell that this ancient sword was much stronger than the other ancient swords in the sword light storm. The king's spirit grabbed the sword with his right hand, and a massive amount of god power formed a chain around the sword. The ancient sword let out an angry sword hum as it continuously twisted its body. The sword light poured out like water, but it was useless. The king's spirit was a 7th level elite. Although it was far weaker than the ancient sword Saint King, it was still strong enough to take the sword that had been forged by the ancient sword Saint King. After struggling to no avail, the giant sword finally stopped screaming and surrendered to the king's spirit's power. The king's spirit grinned and put away the sword. Just as he was about to try and claim the second sword, a powerful attack came from the coffin in the middle of the tomb. It was headed straight for the king's spirit. The king's spirit's face changed. He clenched his right fist and punched the incoming attack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm's range. Ancient sword tomb. The fated one can only claim one ancient sword. Do not be greedy. The voice from the coffin was deafening and thought-provoking. The king's spirit frowned. In the end, he did not enter the sword light storm again. He knew very well that although the ancient sword Saint King was dead, the divine sense he left behind was very powerful. He was no match for it. As for the surrounding cultivators, after the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm, they scattered like frightened birds. They did not dare to get close to the king's spirit. Although many cultivators wanted to attack the fated one who claimed the ancient sword, it depended on the person. The king's spirit's aura was as vast as the ocean. It was obvious that he was a high-level void sky elite. How could they dare to snatch such a powerful elite? Unless they were tired of living. The king's spirit also noticed Zhuan not far away, but after a glance, he ignored him. He took out the ancient sword and planned to refine it openly. The king's spirit's actions were arrogant. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted others to come and snatch it? Zhuan ignored the king's spirit and jumped into the storm of sword lights. Zhuan was good at using swords. If he could find a better ancient sword in the sword light storm, he might be able to replace the glorious purple galaxy sword. After all, as Zhuan's cultivation increased, the glorious purple galaxy sword was not as useful to him. After all, it was a divine sword that Zhuan had refined when he was at the peak of the sky celestial stage. It was not a void sky divine weapon. This ancient sword Saint King was an old monster of the void sky 8 steps. Moreover, the aura released from the sarcophagus just now was even more magnificent than Yuwu sees. It seemed like this ancient sword Saint King was much stronger than Yuwu Si when he was alive. Zhuan did not know how terrifying the ancient sword Sage King was. The ancient sword Sage King was only half a step away from the 9 steps void sky. His strength was so strong that even Lord Brahma could not help but praise him. Although Yuwu Si was also at the 8 steps void heaven realm, he was still a distance away from the peak. Moreover, this old man had suffered serious injuries in the past. Although he had taken the heavenly domain star essence, it had dragged on for too long. He had already developed some hidden injuries, and his strength had declined a lot compared to the past. An ancient sword forged by such an existence must be a top-quality, void sky divine weapon. If Zhuan could obtain one, it would be greatly beneficial to his strength. Moreover, the fated one did not have to be fated. If one was strong enough to subdue an ancient sword, they could be considered fated. Just now, the king's spirit had used the same method to forcibly subdue an ancient sword. I can only choose one ancient sword. I have to consider it carefully. Shuttling through the storm of sword light, Zhuan resisted the tearing force around him while using his powerful consciousness to observe the uniqueness of the swords in the storm. Zhuan's divine sense was so powerful that it was like countless tentacles. In an instant, it spread through the entire sword light storm. Zhuan could clearly observe the uniqueness of each ancient sword and even compare them. As Zhuan's cultivation continued to improve, his divine sense also increased. Strictly speaking, Zhuan's divine sense was stronger than the 7 steps void sky divine weapon. In this sword light storm, Zhuan was like a fish in water. Not only could he rely on his divine sense to travel quickly, but he could also quickly compare the various ancient swords. This ancient sword. Zhuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his divine sense, he found a rusty broken sword floating near the center of the sword light storm. This broken sword looked very ordinary, and it was extremely damaged. It looked very broken. If one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't pay too much attention to this mediocre-looking ancient sword among so many ancient swords. But Zhuan's eyes were particularly dignified. This was because when this broken sword floated in the air, the other ancient swords around it all retreated. It was as if they were in awe of this ugly, broken sword. Zhuan's divine sense was very strong, and this scene was unintentionally seen by him. If he hadn't seen this scene, Zhuan wouldn't have paid attention to this broken sword. Zhuan also found that this broken sword was very low-key. It was basically floating in a relatively secluded place. It was only because the broken sword had casually moved a certain distance that Zhuan had discovered the strange scene just now. This sword is not ordinary. Zhuan's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the broken sword. Perhaps it had sensed Zhuan's gaze, but the broken sword actually turned in his direction. Soon after, it turned back and quickly rushed forward. It was like a cat that had stolen something. When it turned back and saw its owner chasing after it, it immediately ran away. This guy is so human. It's definitely not simple. Zhuan was more and more certain that this broken sword was not ordinary. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to catch up with the broken sword. But what surprised Zhuan was that every time he was about to catch up with the broken sword, the sword light storm around him would suddenly rush over. A terrifying tearing force would reduce his speed. After the broken sword had rushed forward for a distance, the tearing force disappeared again, and Zhuan chased after it again. Zhuan felt that this broken sword seemed to be playing with him. If this was really the case, wouldn't this broken sword be able to control the strength of the sword light storm? Then what was the origin of this broken sword? Xiaohei, I'll leave that broken sword to you. Can you subdue it? Zhuan immediately summoned the Thunderfire sword and pointed forward to the broken sword that was slowly luring Zhuan to chase after it. He knew that Xiaohei liked to be a sword slave. Back then, the Blood Immortal and the Extreme Flaming Sword were both turned into sword slaves by this guy. Now that this broken sword was not ordinary, perhaps this guy would be interested. This broken sword's artifact spirit's intelligence is not low. It actually knows how to play with people. It really has the demeanor of this dragon lord back in the day. Chapter 28 Reign of Thousand Swords. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make this little broken sword my sword slave. Xiaohei patted his chest and said confidently. Then he rushed out and summoned the Blood Immortal sword to chase after the broken sword. Perhaps it was because the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword were both swords, but the surrounding sword light storm did not seem to be able to stop the two at all. On the contrary, Zhuan's body was continuously hindered, and he could not increase his speed at all. However, Zhuan's divine sense was always paying attention to the Thunderfire sword and the Blood Immortal sword. Dragon Master, it's just a broken sword. You don't need to go out. Let Blood Disciple capture it for you. The Blood Immortal sword said to Xiaohei and then chased after the broken sword. The broken sword didn't speed up. Instead, it turned around like a human and looked at the Blood Immortal sword up and down. It seemed to be thinking that there weren't such two strange swords in the ancient sword tomb. Haha, surrender for me. The Blood Immortal sneered and urged the sword to rush at the broken sword and cut it down without hesitation. The Blood Immortal was very satisfied with his sword. In his opinion, this sword was enough to smash the seemingly ordinary and even broken sword into pieces. But soon, the Blood Immortal's face became very stiff. Then, he flew back and screamed. The whole sword seemed very dim. Buzz! The broken sword screamed as if it was angry. Suddenly, the sword light storm around it became more terrifying. Then, the broken sword suddenly rushed out and slashed at the Blood Immortal as fast as light. So fast, Zhuan's eyes narrowed. The broken sword looked ordinary, but when it attacked, it was so terrifying. The Blood Immortal screamed and cried. She also felt the threat of death and kept retreating. Bang! The Thunderfire sword blocked the broken sword in front of the Blood Immortal. The thunder fire sword and the broken sword flew back dozens of meters at the same time, facing each other from a distance. Little blood disciple, you're by my side to assist me. This broken sword is not simple. Damn it, it's actually so terrifying, Xiao Hei said with a serious look. The blood immortal nodded weakly. After suffering a bit just now, this guy was much more obedient. He no longer dared to charge in front of the Thunderfire sword. Of course, the blood immortal was cursing in her heart. She had been cursing Broken Sword for being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Whoosh! Xiao Hei let out a shrill cry. Like a sticky candy, she swept towards the Broken Sword. However, Xiao Hei was very smart. She did not confront the Broken Sword head-on. Instead, she used guerrilla warfare. Ever since Xiao Hei used up all the thunder and fire energy given by Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch in the Thunderfire Sword, this guy became a little timid. Once there was any sign of danger, it would not dare to go up and risk its life. Instead, it would let Zhuan go first, and then it would follow. Now, Xiao Hei was still adhering to this principle. She would delay this strange broken sword first. When Zhuan caught up, she would leave it to Zhuan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Hei's shameless way of fighting made the broken sword extremely angry. The broken sword let out a shrill cry and burst out a terrifying sword chi. Instantly, it blocked the Thunderfire sword surroundings. Then, it turned into a sword light and swept towards the Thunderfire sword. Damn, this cunning guy, Xiao Hei cursed. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only face the sword light of the broken sword head-on. Bang! Terrifying sparks burst out. Then, Xiao Hei let out a shrill cry and flew backwards. The brilliance on the surface of her body became much dimmer. The broken sword's body shook. Then, it stabilized itself and continued to rush towards the Thunderfire sword. Master, the Blood Immortal shouted. However, she shrank to the side. She did not have any intention of protecting her master. At this moment, Zhuan still swept forward. He slashed with the glorious Purple Galaxy Divine Sword and performed the 7th move of the Destruction Sword Art, Sword Swimming Great Void. The mysterious sword art turned into a purple light and blasted out. To Zhuan's surprise, the broken sword's casual slash had completely broken his sword art. Zhuan's eyes were resolute. He instantly shattered 300 divine soul galaxies. His enormous divine sense condensed into a single point and attached itself to the soul-absorbing God Needle. Then, it turned into a beam of golden light and shot out, slamming heavily on the broken sword. Bang! The broken sword's movement stiffened. It was as if time had stopped. Seeing this, Zhuan's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the heavenly starry sky marrow and swallowed a drop. His spiritual soul recovered instantly. Then, he shattered 300 divine soul galaxies again. His terrifying soul consciousness was applied to the soul-absorbing God Needle again. Bang! 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 Zhuan shattered the divine soul galaxies again and swallowed the heavenly starry sky marrow again and again. He repeated this 10 times. The soul-absorbing God Needle could not withstand the terrifying soul consciousness power and shattered into pieces for the 10th time. The broken sword retreated again and again. Its body was even more damaged, and its aura became dispirited. Zhuan's eyes lit up with joy. He waved his right hand, and a powerful divine force turned into a giant hand, grabbing the broken sword in the palm of his hand. Then, Zhuan used the devouring of all things to form a series of restrictions, completely grasping the struggling broken sword in his hand. After putting away the broken sword, Zhuan rushed out of the sword light storm. You're only at the 3rd step of the virtual sky realm. You're not qualified to own the ancient sword. Give it to me. Zhuan had just flown out of the sword light storm when a sinister voice sounded out. Not far away, a middle-aged man was like a cheetah, swiftly and violently flashing over and attacking Zhuan without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, several figures rushed out from other directions and rushed toward Zhuowen. They also attacked Zhuowen to kill him. They had no intention of leaving him alive. Because the broken sword in Zhuowen's hand was too shabby, there were not many cultivators who attacked him this time. Even if they attacked, they were virtual sky realm cultivators with ordinary cultivation. Those proud and powerful virtual sky realm cultivators would not attack for such a shabby-looking broken sword. There were more than a dozen cultivators who attacked, and almost all of them attacked with killing intent. They had no intention of leaving Zhuowen alive. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer as he summoned 24 golden no beginning devil swords. It was not worth Zhuowen to use all of his golden no beginning devil swords to deal with more than a dozen virtual sky realm cultivators with low cultivation. Pucci. The 24 golden no beginning devil swords drew mysterious trajectories in the void and constantly intertwined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. None of the cultivators who rushed over were spared by this vortex of killing intent. They were all strangled into a bloody mist and couldn't be more dead. The area around Zhuowen was covered in a rain of blood. Zhuowen's divine power formed a barrier around him, blocking the falling rain of blood. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. Zhuowen's attack immediately shocked many of the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators who originally planned to attack all stopped, not daring to act rashly. After all, the broken sword in Zhuowen's hand was really ordinary. There was no need to offend such an expert for such a broken sword. Di Ling raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuowen again. He muttered to himself, "It seems like Yao Xiong is right. This child is not simple. His strength is not weak, and his divine soul is so strong. This time, my chances of winning the Luotian Palace are much higher." Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a rock with the broken sword across his knees. His divine sense silently extended into the broken sword. He felt that this broken sword was not ordinary. After all, when he was chasing after this broken sword, it had controlled the sword light storm to stop him. It was as if this broken sword was the king of countless ancient swords, and none of the other ancient swords dared to disobey it. Zhuowen scanned the broken sword inside and out. Suddenly, he stopped at the broken part of the broken sword. There was an extremely inconspicuous small hole at the broken part. This small hole was extremely dark and seemed to be unfathomably deep. It was difficult to detect the bottom. Zhuowen's divine sense explored this small hole for a few dozen breaths. Suddenly, his expression became serious. This was because at the end of the small hole, he felt a spatial barrier. Zhuowen was all too familiar with this spatial barrier. This was because the entrance to Devour's inner world had a similar spatial barrier. Zhuowen knew what it meant to have such a spatial barrier at the end of the small hole. It meant that on the other side of the spatial barrier, there was a small world. Zhuowen did not expect this broken sword to have a small world inside. Could it be that the ancient sword Saint King had left something behind in this small world? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's divine sense moved slightly. Suddenly, it passed through the spatial barrier and entered the other side of the barrier. This space was pitch black and empty. The only thing in this pitch black space was probably a huge, irregular rock that was at least 30 meters in size, standing in the center of this pitch black space. In the middle of the stone, there was a sentence written in seal script. Zhuowen looked at it and found that what was written on the stone was a powerful sword manipulation technique. Moreover, this sword manipulation technique was not about controlling one divine sword, but thousands of divine swords. This sword manipulation technique was called Rain of Thousand Swords. It was said that once one learned this Rain of Thousand Swords, they would be able to control 9,999 ancient swords forged by the ancient sword Saint King. The reason why the ancient sword Saint King had worked tirelessly to forge so many ancient swords was actually because of this Rain of Thousand Swords. This stone also recorded that the Rain of Thousand Swords was not created by the ancient sword Saint King. He had obtained it by accident. It was precisely because of this thousand sword rain sword controlling technique that the ancient sword Sacred King was able to rise so quickly and eventually become the strongest person in the far west land. Even in the entire Great Brahma domain, he was still an incredible expert. Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was beating fast. Although he had not finished reading, he could already feel the terror of this sword manipulation technique. Just think about it. If one could control 9,999 divine swords, and each of them was of the highest quality, one could imagine how terrifying the power of so many divine swords would be. I must learn this sword manipulation technique. Chapter 2081. Eerie Footsteps. The imperial sword technique reign of 1,000 swords was quite complicated and required a period of time to practice. However, Zhuo had the fire spirit juice, a divine medicine that could temporarily increase his perception, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He believed that it would not take too much time to fully comprehend this reign of 1,000 swords. Thinking of this, Zhuo quietly stored the broken sword in his inner world and handed it to the black-clothed Zhuo. The black-clothed Zhuo's divine sense was connected to Zhuo's. As long as the black-clothed Zhuo fully comprehended the reign of 1,000 swords, Zhuo's original body would naturally learn it as well. However, the black-clothed Zhuo's original body was Devour. Naturally, the original body would not know some of Devour's special abilities. However, the two of them could use some special abilities together. For example, the golden sword of no beginning could be used by both the original body and the doppelganger. After handing the broken sword to the black-clothed Zhuo's gaze fell on the ancient sword tomb in front of him. The terrifying sword light storm was shrinking. Then, the countless divine swords hidden in the storm fell like rain and stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. A vast repulsion force spread out from the stone coffin in the center of the ancient sword tomb. Then the cultivators in the sword light storm flew out and landed outside the ancient sword tomb. Zhuo followed the crowd and left the ancient sword tomb. He knew that the ancient sword tomb was officially closed. He looked around at the over 9,000 ancient swords stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that as long as he mastered the reign of 1,000 swords, he would be able to control the 9,000 divine swords left behind by the ancient sword sage king. His strength would definitely improve. Gather at the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. Suddenly, Yao Xiong's voice rang in his mind. Zhuo thought for a moment and rushed toward the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhuo found that the other four had all gathered. Among the four of them, the Ghost Curse Lady and Luo Suo were expressionless. It seemed that they did not gain much in the ancient sword tomb. The King Spirit, however, looked at Zhuo with a mocking smile. Zhuo didn't like the way the spirit looked at him. It was as if Zhuo had become the King's Spirit's plaything. Now that the ancient sword tomb is closed, there's nothing else of value here other than the ancient sword tomb. Let's continue our journey, Yao Xiong said, then led the crowd away from this place. Within the waning, waxing moons, there were many stars and continents. Almost every star and continent had many adventurers and cultivators searching for treasures, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. Yao Xiong and the others completely ignored the cultivators on the star continent. Instead, they followed the route provided by the map fragment and headed straight towards the depths of the waning, waxing moons. Along the way, the five of them also encountered many troublesome giant starry sky beasts. Not only were the laws imperfect, but there were also more astral beasts inside than outside. It was as if all the astral beasts that were scarce in the outside world were all gathered here. From time to time, they would encounter obstacles from astral beasts. We're almost there. Let's quickly get rid of these giant starry sky beasts. The Luo God Palace ruins are just ahead, Yao Xiong suddenly said. The other four, who had been casually dealing with the giant starry sky beasts, suddenly became alert. They used their powerful divine powers and techniques to kill all the giant starry sky beasts that surrounded them. After eliminating the giant starry sky beasts, The 5 of them landed on a star continent shrouded in white mist. Is it restricting divine senses? Lady Ghost Curse frowned and whispered. Zhuowen and Luo Suo both frowned. Zhuowen's divine senses were extremely powerful. Although he could still extend his divine senses far away, he could clearly feel that there was a mysterious force in the white mist that was suppressing his divine senses. However, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked normal. It was probably not the first time they had entered this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Let's move on. The Luo God Palace ruins are not far from us. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and walked forward side by side with the King's Spirit. Zhuan, on the other hand, followed closely behind with a calm gaze. Luo, Suo, and Lady Ghost Curse, on the other hand, looked bewildered. Both of them were beginning to think of retreating. Wealth comes from danger. Follow them. Luo, Suo gritted his teeth and chased after them. Although the Ghost Curse lady was uneasy, she wasn't afraid at this time. A long, winding path appeared in front of the white mist. Zhuan followed and found that Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit were walking very slowly. As Yao Xiong walked, the 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly and his mouth muttered something. It was as if he was deducing something. Zhuan carefully observed this small path, and only then did he discover that this small path was set up with extremely powerful and terrifying restrictions, and Yao Xiong was deducing the method to break this restriction. Brother Zhua, Lady Ghost Curse, you two are not weak in Array Dao. Come with me. The restriction spell on the way to the Luo God Palace ruins is very powerful. It can't be completely broken. It can only be temporarily offset. To be honest, back then, Brother D and I made a trip here. Back then, it took us half a year to finally open up a temporary path and reach the Luoshan Palace ruins. It hasn't been that long. The temporary path that I spent half a year to open back then has disappeared without a trace. Now, we can only open a new path. Yao Xiong smiled bitterly. Brother Yao, you are too polite. Now that we are in the same boat, we have to work together. The Ghost Curse lady said quickly. Zhuan just nodded and didn't say anything. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and then taught the 2 of them how to deduce the restriction spell on the path. Although the restriction spell on the path was terrifying, there was a pattern to it. The Ghost Curse lady and Zhuan's array, Dao, was not low, so they quickly figured out the pattern. Next, the 3 of them continued to deduce and work together to open a new path to the Luo God Palace ruins in the center of the continent. Although the 3 of them were together this time, it took them 2 months to finally reach the center of the continent. During these 2 months, while Zhuan was deducing the restriction spell, he was also constantly observing Yao Xiong and the Ghost Curse lady's Array Dao techniques. He constantly compared them, and Zhuan's Array Dao skills improved imperceptibly. Zhuan, who was originally a level 5 Divine Array Master, had improved his understanding of Array Dao to a whole new level after 2 months. He had actually reached level 6 in 1 leap. After passing through the canyon in front, we will reach the Luo God Palace ruins, but Yao Xiong stopped. His eyes were filled with fear as he pointed at the canyon in front of them with his right hand. The canyon was very narrow. It was only about 20 feet wide. Occasionally, some stones would roll down the canyon, making ear-piercing sounds. Other than that, it was completely silent. At the front of the canyon, the fog was thicker. Due to the thick fog, the other 4 could not see much. However, Zhuan's divine sense was different. His divine sense was far more penetrative than ordinary cultivators. He extended his divine sense into the canyon and scanned it. Suddenly, he stopped at the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, he could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. The figure was as thin as firewood. When Zhuan wanted to see the figure clearly, the fog around him suddenly rolled and began to devour his divine sense. Zhuan was shocked. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and revealed a look of lingering fear. Everyone, be careful in this canyon. When you enter, don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The king's spirit gave a rare reminder and glanced at Zhuowen. Let's go. The real danger lies behind the canyon. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Yao Xiong reminded him in an indifferent tone as he cautiously entered the canyon. Zhuowen followed behind with a slight frown on his face. What exactly was that figure that his divine sense detected just now? At that time, when he wanted to see the true face of this figure, the surrounding fog became unscrupulous and forcibly squeezed out his divine sense. The canyon was not long. Soon, the five of them reached the second half of the canyon. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the end of the canyon. To his surprise, there was no figure at the end of the canyon. There was nothing at all. Did I see an illusion? Zhuowen muttered to himself and began to doubt himself. That's not right. My spiritual sense can't be wrong. Moreover, the sudden raging of the mist doesn't seem to be an illusion. Otherwise, my spiritual sense wouldn't have suffered such damage. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Don't move. Suddenly, Yao Xiong, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly. Zhuowen also stopped, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Not only Zhuowen, but also the ghost curse lady and Luo Suo. Just as Luo Suo was about to speak, Yao Xiong said again, Everyone, don't move. Don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He found that Yao Xiong's body was trembling. Even the king's spirit's eyes were strange, and there was a trace of fear in them. Even the king's spirit showed such an expression. Zhuowen was even more confused. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Zhuowen felt a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout his body, causing him to stiffen to the point that he couldn't move. It felt as if he was frozen in ice and couldn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, silent footsteps slowly came from behind. The sound of footsteps was very slow and light, but it was as sharp and piercing as the edge of a blade. Zhuowen's pupils constricted. He could not help but feel nervous. Especially as the footsteps got closer and closer, the nervousness in Zhuowen's heart grew. Furthermore, as the footsteps got closer and closer, Zhuowen had the urge to turn around and take a look. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082. The martyr due to his position, Zhuowen could see part of the scene behind him from the corner of his eye. An extremely skinny figure slowly appeared in his line of sight. It's him. When the thin figure appeared in front of Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but recall the thin figure that his divine sense had detected in the canyon. He dared to conclude that the strange figure that appeared in his line of sight was the emaciated figure that his divine sense had detected earlier. It was a thin old man in a black Taoist robe. He had no hair, and the strange thing was that his lower body was transparent. Zhuowen could clearly see the dense blood vessels and meridians in his lower body. The man slowly walked over. There was no life in his eyes, as if he was a living dead. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The man finally stopped a few steps behind the five people. Luo Suo was at the back of the five people. He could clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness. It was getting stronger and stronger. He could not help but tremble. When the thin old man came to a position next to Luo Suo's eyes fell on the thin old man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the skinny old man's footsteps came to a halt. Then he slowly turned around. His empty eyes stared straight at Luo Suo. Luo Suo frowned slightly. When their eyes met, his heart could not help but tremble. Then, his eyes were filled with confusion. The illusory heavenly bridge in Luo Suo's body began to slowly appear in the air. Zhuowen was shocked. He could clearly see that Luo Suo's illusory heavenly bridge was slowly approaching the thin old man. Finally, it completely merged into the old man's body. After the illusory heavenly bridge entered the old man's body, Zhuowen found that Luo Suo's eyes were as empty as the old man's. He looked as if he had lost his soul. The old man turned around and continued to walk forward. Luo Suo also raised his feet and followed the old man silently. Both Zhuan and the Ghost Curse Lady were shocked by this strange scene, especially the Ghost Curse Lady. She quickly closed her eyes, her body trembling and her face turning pale. The old man walked silently. Luo saw, who was following behind him, gradually lost his hair. The lower half of his body gradually became transparent. Dense blood vessels protruded from the lower half of his body, making him look exceptionally strange. The old man didn't stop and continued to move forward. However, when he passed by Zhuan felt that the chill in his body was much heavier than before. Moreover, he keenly sensed that a soulless gaze fell on him. Zhuan knew that the owner of this gaze was definitely this strange, skinny old man. Zhuan's heart trembled. He forced himself to calm down and closed his eyes, not intending to meet the old man's gaze. It wasn't until the skinny old man's footsteps gradually faded away that Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that his back was completely soaked in sweat. It was very uncomfortable to be stuck to his back. After the old man left, the bone-chilling cold in the surroundings finally disappeared completely. Yao Xiong trembled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The King's Spirit and the Ghost Curse Lady also let out a sigh of relief. Yao Xiong, who was that thing? The Ghost Curse Lady asked with lingering fear. That was a martyr. It is said that when Luo Shun died in battle and moved the Luo Shun Palace to the waning crescent, there weren't many disciples left in the Luo Shun Palace. However, the few remaining disciples had a deep obsession. They had to revive the Luo Shun Palace. Just like that, they were trapped here day after day, year after year, and finally died with this obsession. However, after they died, they didn't turn into a pile of yellow dust. Instead, they became martyrs who were neither human nor ghost. Yao Xiong spoke tirelessly and briefly about the origins of the martyrs. Can cultivators also become martyrs? Zhuan asked with a sharp gaze. Yao Xiong smiled and said, Didn't you see what happened to Luo Suo? What's the point of asking this? Zhuan was silent. Just as Yao Xiong had said, once a cultivator's spiritual sense or eyes met with a martyr, they would be assimilated by the martyr and become the next martyr that was neither human nor ghost. Are there many martyrs here? The Ghost Curse Lady suddenly asked. Yao Xiong said solemnly, I'm not too sure. This is the second time Brother D and I have entered this place. Last time, we also encountered martyrs and almost half of them were taken away. This time, we only brought 5 people and one of them was taken away. Sigh. Speaking of this, Yao Xiong sighed softly. No one knew whether he was sighing for Luo Suo or for his companion who was taken away last time. Brother Yao, if there are such terrifying martyrs here, why didn't you tell me before we came in? If I knew there were such things here, I wouldn't have agreed to come in. The Ghost Curse Lady's expression changed slightly, and she was quite angry. Compared to the treasures in the Luo Shun Palace ruins, the Ghost Curse Lady valued the latter more. The King's Spirit sneered and said, Trash will always be trash. You're retreating after such a small setback. Yao Xiong stopped the King's Spirit from mocking her. He looked at her and said, If you really want to back down, I won't stop you. But let me tell you this. If you don't have the map, you won't be able to leave this place. The Ghost Curse Lady's expression changed slightly. If she couldn't leave this place, it would be no different from death. Zhuan, on the other hand, was sneering inwardly. It seemed that Yao Xiong had already predicted that his team member would back out. Now that he had said those words, the ghost-cursing lady, who wanted to back out, would not dare to leave by herself. Do you still want to leave alone? Yao Xiong asked again. The ghost-curse lady's face turned pale. She shook her head and said nothing. Let's go. We'll arrive at the Luo Shun Palace ruins after we leave the canyon. I'll need the 3 of you to enter the Luo Shun Palace ruins together. Don't worry, the 3 of you. I've never thought of harming you. We're all in the same boat. If we don't work together, we may all die in the Luo Shun Palace ruins. Yao Xiong looked at the 3 of them and said calmly. Walking out of the canyon, the 4 of them were greeted by a long stretch of mountain range. Yao Xiong led them around the mountain range and finally entered the deepest part of the mountain range. Here, there was a huge black rock that was thousands of feet tall. The pitch-black rock was completely different from other rocks. Its surface was actually suffused with a strange metallic luster. Moreover, the metallic luster was sparkling like the surface of a lake under the setting sun. Countless ripples appeared on its surface, reflecting the rays of the setting sun. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the black rock wasn't a real rock. It was just the appearance of a very powerful seal. As long as the seal was broken, the huge black rock would collapse on its own. Ghost Curse Lady, you're the most skilled in array formation here. Can you see what the seal is? Brother D and I were trapped outside the seal and couldn't enter. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled at the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuowen and Di Ling also looked at the Ghost Curse Lady. Although the Ghost Curse Lady had suffered a loss at Zhuo Wen's hands, it was because she had underestimated Zhuo Wen. In addition, Zhuo Wen's divine sense was stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. The Ghost Curse Lady was caught off guard and had no time to react. In terms of array formation skills, even Zhuo Wen, who had become a level 6 divine array master, was inferior to the Ghost Curse Lady. However, Zhuo Wen looked at Yao Xiong and frowned slightly. He felt that some of Yao Xiong's words were not trustworthy. Although Zhuo Wen couldn't see through Yao Xiong's array formation skills, his divine sense was much stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. When he was deducing the path, he felt that Yao Xiong's array formation skills were not low. He might even be stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuo Wen didn't know why Yao Xiong wanted to hide his array formation skills, but he knew that Yao Xiong was up to no good. The Ghost Curse Lady didn't suspect anything. She looked at the black rock in front of her seriously and said, "What kind of seal is this? We have to explore it first to know." As she said that, the Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back and formed a seal with her hands. Suddenly, a series of hand seals appeared between her fingers. These hand seals overlapped with each other and turned into an extremely complicated seal. The Ghost Curse Lady shouted in a low voice and slammed the seal into the black rock in front of her. The moment the seal landed on the black rock, the surface of the rock seemed to melt. Strange ripples appeared on the surface of the rock, as if a stone had fallen into the water. However, the moment the ripples appeared, Zhuo Wen clearly sensed with his divine sense that there were tiny runes in the ripples. These talisman seals were profound and obscure, and they were like talisman scrolls. Moreover, they emanated a distant and ancient aura. The Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back again. She took a deep breath and tapped her chest 7 times in a row. 7 wisps of black gas came out of her 7 apertures. The Ghost Curse Lady was surrounded by the black gas, which contained a strong vitality. Then, she suddenly stepped forward and entered the pitch-black rock. The moment the Ghost Curse Lady's figure disappeared into the rock, the huge black rock began to tremble violently. Then, the ripples on the surface of the rock became faster and faster, and gradually became transparent. Finally, a pitch-black cave passage appeared in the transparent part. There was no light in the passage, and it was extremely deep. The Ghost Curse Lady's face was pale. She quickly retreated from the cave and gasped, "It's the 7-step rockfall formation. This is an 8th-level formation. Isn't the Luo God Palace ruins a little too extravagant to use an 8th-level formation at the entrance? Is there a way to break the formation?" Yao Xiong asked deliberately. The Ghost Curse Lady took an elixir, and her pale face eased a lot. She said in a low voice, "Of course there is, and it's very simple. Since this is the 7-step rockfall formation, when the formation was set up, it took 7 steps in this passage." Chapter 2083, 7-Step Falling Stone Matrix. Is this matrix dangerous? Yao Xiong asked. The Ghost Curse Lady shook her head and said, "This matrix has been around for countless years. Its attacking ability has long since disappeared, but its sealing ability is still intact. The person trying to break it will not be in too much danger. With my cultivation and my knowledge of matrices, I can only take 4 steps at most. That is my limit. The ghost curse lady looked at Yao Xiong and the others calmly. Her meaning was clear. She had already deciphered the basis of the 7-step falling stone matrix. As for breaking it, she was powerless. She could only leave it to Yao Xiong and the others. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, but he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuo, why don't you give it a try?" The king spirit and the ghost curse lady looked at Zhuowen mockingly. From the beginning until now, Zhuowen had not been of much help, and Zhuowen had not been the main force in figuring out the path. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He knew that since he was already here, he could not do nothing. If he did, he would be excluded from the team. He had to enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered, he would be like a fish in water. After all, he still had another incomplete map with him, which recorded the path inside the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered the Luo God Palace ruins, Zhuowen planned to find an opportunity to part ways with the 3 of them. I have only reached the virtual sky 3rd step. Brother Yao, do you really trust me that much? Zhuowen asked calmly. Yao Xiong did not take it seriously. He said, Brother Zhuo, you may not know this, but the 7-step falling stone matrix does not only test one's cultivation, but also the strength of one's body. Brother Zhuo, I remember that you have a doppelganger. That doppelganger should be a demonic cultivator with an extremely strong body. If you have the help of that doppelganger, breaking the 7-step falling stone matrix will not be difficult. A cold light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. It seemed that when he killed Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had arrived at the scene very early and had seen the scene of the black-clothed Zhuowen killing Lu Wuqi. King Spirit and Ghost Curse Lady were surprised. They did not expect Zhuowen to have another body. Although it was not rare for cultivators to create clones, the clones required a great deal of resources to nurture. In other words, if you have a clone, then not only do you have to split your attention to nurture the clone, but you also have to use a portion of your resources to nurture the clone. After all, if the doppelganger was not strong enough, it would not be of any help to the main body. It would be better to use all the resources on the main body to improve the main body's cultivation as much as possible. With Yao Xiong exposing his clone, Zhuowen could do nothing about it. He could only wave his sleeve and find the black-robed Zhuowen, who was surging with demonic qi. True God, 2 disasters. Ghost Curse Lady raised her eyebrows. She could feel the fire aura on the demonic cultivator. She sneered in her heart and said, How strong can this trash's body be? I'm afraid he can't even take a step forward in the 7-step rockfall matrix. Thump! Unfortunately, as soon as Ghost Curse Lady finished speaking, the black-robed Zhuowen took a step forward and landed firmly on the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix. Ghost Curse Lady's face stiffened as if she had eaten Chinese medicine. She did not dare to say anything. Even if he takes the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix, how many steps can a true God 2 disasters take? Let alone break the matrix. Ghost Curse Lady snorted coldly and whispered. Yao Xiong and King Spirit squinted their eyes. Their vision was much higher than Ghost Curse Lady's. They did feel the fire aura on the black-robed Zhuowen, but they also felt the terrifying power of thunder on the black-robed Zhuowen. The power of the thunder was far stronger than the thunder disaster of a true God 1 disaster. It's true God extreme thunder. This guy is really something. I'm afraid this doppelganger is even stronger than his original body, King Spirit whispered to Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong smirked and replied, So what? Even if it's true God extreme thunder, he's no match for you. In the end, he's just a pushover in our hands. The King Spirit nodded nonchalantly. At that moment, the black-clothed Zhuo silently stood at the position of the 1st step. The instant he took the 1st step, he felt a pressure pressing down on him from all directions. In particular, the pressure in front of him was even more terrifying. Fortunately, the black-robed Zhuowen's body was much stronger than a normal cultivator's, so he was not afraid of the pressure. Thump! 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 The black-robed Zhuowen took 3 steps forward slowly. The pressure condensed from the 3 steps was like a terrifying whirlwind, sweeping Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen could feel that the pressure had reached an unbelievable level. The resistance in front of him was like a storm, like thousands of mountains, preventing him from moving forward. With every step he took, the pressure would multiply. If this continued, it would be more difficult to move forward. If it was an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be difficult for him to last until the 5th step. His body would collapse inch by inch. However, the black-robed Zhuowen was different. He had the body of Devour, a powerful race in the starry sky. The pressure was indeed terrifying, but it was not enough to stop him from moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen continued to step forward. He took 2 consecutive steps and arrived at the 5th step. The instant the 5th step landed, the oppressive might in the area reached a terrifying level that could shake heaven and earth. It was as if the invisible pressure under Zhuowen's feet had turned into ferocious hands, entangling Zhuowen's feet and dragging him deep into the ground. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure, Zhuowen was like a lonely boat in the sea. Under the monstrous waves, he could sink into the sea at any time. At this moment, the ghost-cursed lady frowned and lowered her head, muttering to herself, "The array has changed at the 5th step. The person who set up the array is really insidious." Although Lady Ghost Curse said so, her lips curled into a gloating smile. As far as she was concerned, being able to make Zhuowen suffer was absolutely pleasing to the eye. After all, ever since she met Zhuowen, everything went wrong for her. Now that she could see Zhuowen suffer, she was more than happy. Yao Xiong and Di Ling's eyes were calm and even cold. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Zhuowen took a deep breath and took the 6th step. However, the moment the 6th step landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, but he still managed to stand on the 6th step. Yao Xiong sneered in his heart. He originally thought that Zhuowen was smarter than most people and knew how to make choices. Now, he realized that this person was still a little reckless and impulsive. He hadn't even entered the Luotian Palace ruins yet, but he was already so desperate to break through the 7-step rockfall matrix, and he didn't care about the consequences. Yao Xiong was sure that even if this kid broke the 7-step rockfall formation, at that time, this clone would probably be heavily injured, and this kid would surely lose a sharp trump card. The moment he took the 6th step, the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't stop at all and took another step. The moment he took the 7th step, the black-clothed Zhuowen's body emitted a dense popping sound. It was as if all the bones in his body were being crushed under the terrifying pressure. Around the black-clothed Zhuowen's body, a large amount of blood mist spewed out. The demonic aura surrounding the black-clothed Zhuowen's body was dyed red by the blood mist. It looked very strange. The black-clothed Zhuowen stopped at the 7th step. As for the real Zhuowen, he looked at Yao Xiong and said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, my clone has suffered heavy losses this time." Yao Xiong's eyes flickered. He patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Zhuowen, for your selfless contribution. How about this? After we enter the Luotian Palace ruins, you can have the first pick of the items we find. How about that?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong, I'm afraid this isn't enough. After all, I've sacrificed a lot this time." Yao Xiong's eyes were dark, but he still smiled and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Yao Xiong handed Zhuowen a jade-colored elixir. This elixir flickered with dense light patterns and looked very strange. However, Zhuowen felt a strong medicinal power from this elixir that surprised him. This is the Holy Seal elixir. This elixir can permanently raise cultivators below the 5th step of the Void Sky realm by a small realm. Moreover, there are almost no side effects, Yao Xiong said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he accepted the Holy Seal elixir without hesitation. He cupped his hands at Yao Xiong and said, "Thank you, Brother Yao. There's only 1 step left. The rest is up to you, Brother Zhuowen." Yao Xiong looked meaningfully at Zhuowen's real body. Then his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was on the 7th step. After receiving benefits from Yao Xiong, the black-clothed Zhuowen hesitated for a moment. Then, he quickly raised his right foot and took the 8th step. The moment the 8th step landed, the surrounding mountains suddenly rumbled and trembled violently. Many huge rocks fell from the mountains, alerting the martyrs hidden around the canyon. At this moment, the 7th-step rockfall array completely collapsed. Pucci! The moment the array collapsed, the black-clothed Zhuan's face turned pale, and he was sent flying. The eyes of Zhuan's real body flickered. He immediately took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and accurately pressed against the black-clothed Zhuan's back, completely stopping him from flying backwards. "Brother Zhuan, is your avatar okay?" Yao Xiong immediately stepped forward and placed his right hand on the black-clothed Zhuan's shoulder. A secret divine sense quickly probed from Yao Xiong's palm into the black-clothed Zhuan's body. It traveled all over his body before he quietly withdrew it. After confirming that the black-clothed Zhuan was indeed seriously injured, Yao Xiong was relieved. He knew that this avatar was not fake. However, the coldness in Zhuan's eyes was biting cold. Although Yao Xiong did it very secretly, his divine sense was not to be trifled with. The moment Yao Xiong's divine sense probed the black-clothed Zhuan, he noticed it, but he did not act. So. Suddenly, the valley behind the mountain range completely collapsed at this moment. Then, more than 10 figures flew out from the valley. The moment Zhuan saw these figures, his scalp went numb. This was because these figures were none other than the hairless martyrs whose lower bodies were transparent. "Let's go." Yao Xiong and Di Ling's faces darkened. They quickly went into the tunnel in front of them, followed by the Ghost Curse Lady. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.